Great, Tony. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the ISFMP Policy Board. Today's May 6th, and we're just going to jump right into it. I would remind everybody we have until noon today, but we do have an hour, a little over an hour blocked off for the New York appeal. I'm going to be trying to manage the time the best I can to ensure that we do end on time. And so to help with that, I would ask everybody this morning, as you're interacting through the webinar and using the hand raising feature, once you've been called on, I would ask you to put your hand down and try to remember to do that. I've also been given the great status of being an organizer here with the webinar, so I'm going to try to manage that the best I can, and occasionally you'll actually see your hand go down because that'll either be myself or Tony doing it as well. But I would ask Tony if you would help keep me on task, making sure that I'm not skipping anybody if folks are jumping in with a lot of hands coming up.
Will do, Mr. Chair.
Let's get right into the meeting here this morning. The first item on the agenda is board consent regarding agenda and the proceedings from the February 2021 meeting. Is there any additions to the agenda here today? Seeing no hands, I will deem the agenda approved, and then the proceedings from the February 2021 meeting. Do we have any comments on the proceedings from February 2021? Tom Fody.
Yeah, I was just looking at the final agenda that was sent the last one, and I noticed that in the policy board meeting it says New Jersey's appealing black sea bass. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, okay. The agenda I'm looking at definitely says New York's appeal. So if anybody that has an incorrect agenda and it says New Jersey, that should obviously say New York. Thanks, Tom. Back to the proceedings from February 2021. Is there any comments on those proceedings? Seeing no hands, hearing no objections, they will be considered consent of the board to approve those. Item number 3 is public comments. Is there any member of the public that has something they would like to bring to the policy board that is not on the agenda?
Yes, this is Tom Lilly. Yeah, I think I do.
Okay, Tom, I'm going to give you 3 minutes, please, if you would. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. First off, I really wanted to thank all of the members of the board for your patience and understanding. I know we've sent you a lot of material, and what can I say? Thank you so much. Also wanted to throw out some thanks to Bob, Kirby, and Josh for, all their helpfulness and input in this situation. And lastly, I'd like to throw out a thank you to Tony. Just hearing her very cheerful voice in the morning, I'm sure after it's been a long week. So let me get into this. The topic here is whether the factory fishing in Virginia may be catching an inappropriate amount of Menhaden schools that are headed to Maryland. If you look at the chart I sent you, good, but if not, just think about the down there Norfolk Way where the Chesapeake Bay Bridge tunnel crosses. That's where all the Menhaden come in from the ocean. Yeah, so picture that if you will. When a mega fishes in that area, there are really, there are no flags on the schools to tell whether those schools are headed to Maryland or whether they just like it down there in Virginia. So Omega really just catches all of them. I guess it seems pretty likely that about half of those schools were Maryland bound. We're going to come up here to Maryland. So we may have a situation where nearly half the Menhaden Omega catches in the Virginia Bay really would have ended up in Maryland to feed our fish and wildlife, except for that fishing. You know, this really raises some questions of fairness and equity to Maryland. No other state but Maryland is in this vulnerable position, as you all know. Okay, you have scientific opinions. There are not enough menhaden in the bay right now to support rebuilding the spawning rockfish stock. Not enough for the osprey babies. This is from Matt Seary, Tom Miller, and Brian Watts, three of our top scientists. Okay, so moving the factory fishing out from the bay into the U.S. Atlantic, north of Cape Charles, Virginia. Guys could really, and ladies, could really solve a number of these problems, including the one I'm talking about. You know, this is the kind of solution.
30 seconds, Mr. Lilly.
This is the kind of solution recommended by Bob Beal. So I hope you will give what we've given you some thought. The important thing here is to treat Maryland with fairness and equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly, for those remarks. There'll be obviously a lot of conversations around menhaden in the coming months with a work group and additional board meetings. So thank you for that input. Any other members of the public? Seeing none, hearing none, we are going to move right along to the executive committee report. I'll try to be brief on this, but if there's any questions, we'll certainly leave time to address those at the end. The executive committee heard a report from the Administrative Oversight Committee on both the FY22 budget along with the recommendations for our policy investment guidelines. The FY22 budget was a modest increase over the fiscal year 21. As a reminder to the policy board, the commission's office is now paid off, so that is quite a savings on an annual basis. And it probably goes without saying here, but we underspent in 2021 by a significant amount because of the lack of travel costs due to the pandemic. After the AOC reviewed and the executive committee reviewed and commented, it was recommended that the fiscal year 22 FY22 budget be approved, and that was approved unanimously. Any questions from members of the board on the budget? Seeing no hands, I'll move right along to the recommendation for a new policy investment guidelines, a policy on the investment guidelines. The Appraisal Oversight Committee did approve moving those forward to the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee, there were a couple comments regarding the transparency of the investments and the reports and when they will be done. We will now, based on the changes that we'll be making, we will see on an annual basis at the spring meeting a presentation on the numbers regarding the investments, both short-term and long-term investments. However, another additional question came up around transparency and the use of those funds. It's been, Laura can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's been 15 or 20 years since we've had to dip in and use any of our investment funds. These accounts continue to grow, but there was some ideas about potential use of those funds, and I'm not going to go into detail, but it was determined that by the Executive Committee that we would table any action on these new investment guidelines until the appraisal oversight with a couple members of the LGAs reviewed them again, and then we would bring them back for subsequent conversations at a future Executive Committee meeting, and then we would report those back out to the policy board. And that concludes that portion. Is there any questions around the investment guidelines? Seeing no hands. Bob Beal did a quick update on the allocation committee, subcommittee that has been put together, that we currently have 11 members, and May 13th will be the first meeting. The executive committee will be notified of those meetings, and then the meetings will also be posted on the web page. So if anybody is interested in listening into the conversations on the allocation subcommittee, they'll have that opportunity to do so. We also had a CARES Act update from the agency. There was a fair amount of conversations around the CARES Act as it stands right now. The deadline for CARES Act and distribution of funds, it looks like, for direct payouts is the end of September. There will be some flexibility for projects about spending that money after that deadline. But we're pretty much in the same set. We pretty much have the same set of guidelines for distributing this second round, what I call CARES Act 2.0. And there'll be continued conversations of the executive committee in regards to CARES Act. We've had really good, what I would say is really good cooperation with the agency. We don't always get the answers that we like. We'd like some more flexibility on spending these dollars, but certainly that is made almost impossible in some cases because of the language in the federal statutes. Moving right along, also we had an update from Laura Leach on the annual meeting. We are currently planning on a face-to-face meeting in New Jersey for our annual meeting in October. That being said, this hinges on any relaxing of the rules currently in place under their state of emergency dealing with the pandemic. Joe Cimino is communicating weekly with staff around any changes that come up, and the executive committee will continue to get updates from the staff. So fingers crossed that hopefully we will see some changes. Just why I'm talking about face-to-face meetings, there will be a survey. It's currently being developed by staff that we're going to send out to all members with the idea of gathering input on what states' rules might be prohibiting out-of-state travel, and then kind of the feelings of face-to-face meetings going forward. And so try to get an idea. There's been a lot of different thoughts around hybrid meetings, just going back fully back to normal, and then basically everything in between. So there's a lot of work to do there, but the executive committee, I think, will continue to have in-depth conversations, but you'll plan to see a survey. I don't even want to guess when it's going to go out, but hopefully within the next 30 days. And please make sure you give good attention to that survey, because I think the more folks we can get to fill that out, the easier it'll be to make determinations on how we'll move back to face-to-face meetings. And then just a reminder, North Carolina will host in 2022, Maryland in 2023, and I believe it's, Laura can correct me if I'm wrong, I can't even read my writing, I believe it's Delaware in 2024. So, and let me just check my notes. There was some additional conversation, and you kind of probably have heard some of the conversations prior to every species board meeting around hands and keeping track of hands, so we're not missing people who want to participate in these meetings. As you all know, especially when we get into certain situations where there is a lot of interest and a lot of hands go up, sometimes it's tough to keep track of those. So staff has done a really good job keeping the chairs organized, but staff is going to go look at some other possible tools that we can have up on the screen to keep track, so that it's just not an alphabetized list of hands like we have with this type of GoToWebinar. That it will keep track based in order of hand raised. So that's something we'll continue to get input on from staff. And The last item on the executive committee agenda was a closed session for the performance review of our executive director. You know, I consider ourselves really lucky. We're lucky to have Bob Beal as our director. He has, and I'm speaking on behalf of the executive committee here, he has shown great leadership. You know, he's extraordinarily responsive. You know, very much takes a balanced approach to the demands, very objective in how he looks at issues. I would say he has done a tremendous job in the face of this pandemic, keeping everybody on task. I continue to believe we've got a high morale with staff, and a lot of that is certainly reflective on the leadership of Bob Beal. The approach that we take, it's an approach that I started last year, which is a self-evaluation approach. Director Beal, frankly, is harder on himself than the executive committee or leadership was. But at the end of the day, no issues have been raised around his performance, and it was a unanimous decision to approve the director's appraisal review for the last calendar year. So with that, that concludes my report. Do we have any questions or comments from the policy board? Bob Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it. And, you know, it's a privilege to work at the commission, and working with 45 commissioners sounds daunting, but it's actually great. You get a lot of different perspectives. So thank you for the kind words. And just one quick addition to your CARES Act summary. A number of the states are interested or considering options other than direct payments to individuals and businesses, and such as infrastructure changes, training, marketing, et cetera. So National Marine Fisheries Service agreed to send us a list, probably not an exhaustive list, but at least a list of examples of the types of projects that are what we're calling sort of inbounds or are available for the states to consider. So once we get that list, we can share it with everyone just to know what the universe of options may be for other ways to spend the CARES Act money other than direct payments, if a state wants to consider that in their CARES 2.0 spend plan. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Any other comments from the policy board? Looks like your hand went back up, Bob, but I think you're all set.
Yeah, all set. Just working on buttons here.
Yeah, here you and me both. Okay, moving right along on the agenda. Agenda number 5 is review and consider the New York appeal of the summer flounder, scup, black sea bass fisheries management plan. So the state of New York filed an appeal back on March 19th. On April 5th, accordance to the appeal process, both myself as chair, commission chair, Spud Woodward as the vice chair, and then Mel Bell, along with commission staff, convened a conference call to review the New York appeal. Just so everybody knows, Mel Bell will replace Jim Gilmore, the commission's past chair, who would normally be on that appeals board, because Mr. Gilmore is obviously a signatory to the New York appeal. On that call, it was determined that the appeal could be forwarded to the ISFMP policy board for appeal consideration under criterion 1. Criterion 2 and 3 were not met, and criterion 4 was not considered because it was not referenced in their appeal. I want to remind the board that this is not an allocation decision here today. This is a policy decision. And it's a policy decision to determine if the appeal is justified. And then if it is justified, what the remedy will be. The remedy, when we get to that, if we get to that far, when we talk about a remedy, it will be remanding something back to the species board for consideration of a change in what that allocation will be. So I want to make sure, continue to make sure it's clear that we will not get into allocation conversations here today. This is strictly a policy conversation in regards to justification of the appeal and remanding, and again, if justified, remanding something back to the species board. So Tony will be giving an overview of the appeal, and then New York will be giving an opportunity to present their appeal, and they have put together a PowerPoint. Will present 10 or 15 slides. So after some questions and answers on their appeal, I'm going to be looking for 2 separate motions. Again, first, I want the motion to make just clear whether the appeal is justified or it is not justified. And as I said earlier, if it is justified, then a second motion will be needed in regards to remedy. So I'm going to turn it over now to Tony Kearns and allow Tony, give Tony an opportunity to give us that background that I referenced earlier. So Tony, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to have Maya pull up my presentation. And Maya, you can just go directly to slide 2. As the chairman said, New York appealed addendum 33, which is an addendum that addresses the commercial black sea bass state-by-state shares or quota. And the decision that the policy board is considering is under criterion 1. The decision by the management board wasn't consistent with the statement of the problem of the addendum. In my presentation today, I'm going to give a quick overview of the appeal process, since it's been a while since we've gone through an appeal, and the process was revised slightly in 2019. I'll give background on the development and approval of addendum 33, provide the board's justification for the approval of addendum 33, and then provide any potential impacts to states under the actions requested in the appeal. And these are all things that are outlined in the appeals process. That is the job of the ISFMP director. So as a reminder, for the appeals process, there are 4 different criteria from which a state can appeal an addendum or an amendment. Today we are going under the decision that is not consistent or contrary to the FMP's goals or objectives, or the statement of the problem of an addendum. As Pat said, today's decisions by the policy board is looking at, was the summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass board's actions justified? So specifically to this appeal, did the board address the expansion of the black sea bass stock in Long Island Sound for New York waters in the change in allocation as it was approved? If the policy board agrees that the board's actions were justified, then we'll need no further action today. If not, then the policy board will have to forward corrective action to the summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass board. The policy board should state the specific finding that the board's action was not justified, and then the policy board should provide specific guidance back to the summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass board for the corrective action that should be taken. So some information on addendum 33, and which is the document that's being appealed. This is a document that was considered by both the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Board, as well as the Mid-Atlantic Council, because this management plan is jointly managed by the 2 bodies. And I'm sorry, Maya, I haven't been saying next slide. My apologies. I will continue. I'll do that from now on. The 2 defined goals in the management bodies in addressing this management action were, first, to consider adjusting the commercial black sea bass allocations using current distribution and abundance of black sea bass is one of several adjustment factors to achieve a more balanced access to the resource. And second was to consider whether the state allocation should continue to be managed under the Commission's FMP or whether they should be managed by both the Commission and the Council. Prior to the approval of this management action, the commercial quota shares were managed only under the Commission's FMP. So there were three statements of the problems that were addressed in the addendum. The state-by-state allocations of the commercial black sea bass quota were originally implemented in 2003 as a part of Amendment 13. They were loosely based on historical landings from 1980 to 2001. The state shares in Amendment 3, when looked at by regions, were allocated to 67% of the coastwide quota to the states of New Jersey through North Carolina, and that's north of Cape Hatteras for North Carolina, and then 33% amongst the states of New York through Maine. And they had been unchanged since they were implemented in 2003. Over the last decade, the distribution of the black sea bass stock has changed in abundance and biomass has increased significantly. And there's been corresponding changes in fishing effort and fishing behavior. Next slide. According to the most recent black sea bass stock assessment, which modeled fish north and south of Hudson Canyon separately, the majority of the stock occurred in the southern region prior to the mid-2000s. And then since then, the biomass in the northern region has grown considerably. Although the amount of biomass in the southern region has not declined in recent years, the northern region currently accounts for the majority of the spawning stock biomass, as you can see in this figure. The shift in black sea bass biomass distribution has also been supported by other peer-reviewed scientific information. Next slide. And the last portion of the statement of the problem addressed the expansion of the black sea bass stock into areas with historically minimal fishing effort had created significant disparities between state allocation and current abundance and resource availability. The most noteworthy case was Connecticut, in which it experienced significant increases in their black sea bass abundance and fish availability within Long Island Sound, but was only allocated 1% of the coastwide quota. Next slide. So Addendum 33 looked at many different ways to allocate the stock. This list here just represents all the different management options that were presented to the public and for the board and council to consider. And what was approved is listed here. So under the approved changes, Connecticut's baseline allocation was increased from 1% to 3% of the coastwide quota. And once we had a new baseline quota for all of the states based on that, and all of the states, most of the states' baseline quotas were changed ever so slightly to account for that 2% increase to Connecticut. Then the quota was allocated 75% according to these baseline allocations and 25% according to the regional distributions from the most recent stock assessment. The three regions are Maine to New York, New Jersey, and Delaware through North Carolina. The regional allocations are distributed amongst the states within a region in proportion to their baseline allocations, except for Maine and New Hampshire, which just receive 1% of the northern region quota together. Because the allocations are based in part on the regional biomass distribution from the stock assessment, they'll be adjusted if new assessments indicate a change in the biomass distribution. And lastly, the quota allocation program will be evaluated within 5 years' time. So for those that have not been involved in this process, it's probably hard to sort of picture exactly what happened. And so This table here shows what each state's original historical allocation, so where we were up until we made this change through Addendum 33. And the column on the far right is the change to the baseline allocation, which 75% of the quota is distributed via. And so that middle column shows you the difference in the baseline from the historical allocation. And this new baseline is not the state's final allocations. I will show you some of those tables in a minute. And so this table here shows you the change and all of the state's final allocations. And this is the change is based on the final allocations that were provided as an example in the addendum for what the quotas would be in the upcoming year if no change in the stock assessment information came forward. Because as I said earlier, 25% of the quota is distributed based on biomass distributions of the stock assessments. So what you would call final allocation has the potential to change every time a new stock assessment comes out. So I don't really call it a final non-changing allocation, if that makes sense. So the board's justification for making these changes, in particular in considering the not having an increase in New York's baseline allocation, which was under consideration during the board meeting. There were votes that considered increasing New York's baseline to 9%. But the rationale that the board provided was that they were increasing Connecticut's baseline allocation from 1% to 3% because none of the management options as presented to the board were going to make a significant difference to Connecticut's quota without upping the baseline. And so they wanted to make sure that Connecticut would have some additional access to these fish that would address the abundance that they were seeing in Long Island Sound. In the discussions around New York and why New York's baseline was not increased, it wasn't that the board didn't think that New York shouldn't get to 9% in the end. It just felt as though their baseline didn't need to be increased at that time because they had had a fishery prior to, and that the baseline that they currently have would be significant enough to be increased if the abundance was there, meaning that in the 25% of the quota that is being distributed based on the abundance of the stock assessment would account for any increases that New York was seeing in their waters. And then next slide. It's hard to say exactly what the board would be considering for changes in terms of what would be the impacts to states. So I just provided an example of what it would look like if New York's baseline was bumped by 2%, so it would be at 9% versus what was approved by the board. And so you can see here what in the first two columns under the scenario where Connecticut and New York, Connecticut is at 3% and New York is at 9% for their baseline, what each state's base allocation goes to. And then the next column is what the final example quota allocations would be. And then you can compare that to the next two columns, which is what was approved in the addendum. So where we are right now for allocations, and see the relative difference between those two for each of the states. And Mr. Chairman, that's all the information I have. I can take questions, or you can go directly to New York.
No, Tony, thanks for that presentation. Why don't we take a few questions on Tony's presentation before we ask New York to present? Any members of the policy board have any questions for Tony? Seeing no hands, then we will go right to the presentation from New York. And I know we have a small PowerPoint presentation. And Jim Gilmore, are you taking the lead on that?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Actually, if it pleases the board, what we'll do is John Maniscalco will do the PowerPoint presentation, which would take about 8 to 10 minutes. And then each one of the New York commissioners, myself, Emerson Hasbrook, and John McMurray, will just do a 1-minute summary. And then we'll give it back to you for questions and consideration of motions, if that's acceptable, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that's fine, Jim. Let's turn it right over to John for the presentation then.
Hi, how's my audio?
That's good, John. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is John Maniscalco from New York, and thank you for the opportunity and for your consideration. Tony Kearns gave a pretty thorough background, so I'm going to jump right into New York's appeal. Next slide, please. New York appealed Addendum 33 in a March letter to the Commission leadership. Commission leadership granted this appeal under Criteria 1, decision not consistent with the statement of the problem. The leadership's April 21 letter to New York states that New York correctly notes the addendum only discusses this increase as it relates to Connecticut in the statement of the problem, though New York is similarly affected by the increase as Long Island Sound is a shared water body of the two states. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, go back once. I think we skipped the slide. This might be an older presentation. Please move the slide forward. Apologies. One more. So Addendum 33, next slide, I'm sorry. Thanks, that's the one. Addendum 33 was prompted in part by a significant change in stock distribution and abundance. The addendum statement of the problem says, in some cases, expansion of the black sea bass stock into areas with historically minimal fishing effort has created significant disparities between state allocations and current abundance and resource availability. While the example given was Connecticut and Long Island Sound is a shared water body, and New York has been similarly impacted. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Is there a map? Can anyone see a map, or is it still the addendum statement of the problem slide?
I think it's stuck, John.
There we go.
Okay, please go back. Thank you. So this is just a quick review of the geography. Long Island Sound is a large inland water body bordered by Connecticut to its north and Long Island, New York to its south. Next slide. Black sea bass commercial allocations were established as part of the Amendment 13 process and first implemented in 2003. Amendment materials included essential fish habitat information on black sea bass. At that time, adults were considered rare in Long Island Sound, and Long Island Sound was not designated as essential fish habitat for adult black sea bass. Interestingly, estuaries both north and south of Long Island Sound were designated as EFH, including Buzzards Bay and Narragansett Bay to the north, and Delaware Bay and Chesapeake Bay to the south. Next slide, please. Allocations established as part of the Amendment 13 process were based upon landings from 1980 to 2001. The Long Island Sound Trawl Survey Index shows that abundance and biomass in Long Island Sound during these years was very low. And while the survey is conducted by Connecticut, it thoroughly samples the state waters of both Connecticut and New York. Next slide, please. During the baseline years used by Amendment 13 to establish commercial allocations, Connecticut was landing an annual total average of about 15,000 pounds. A 1999 snapshot from Amendment 13 materials shows that of Connecticut's 14,000 pound landings in that year, only 14% came from state waters. In contrast, 44% of Connecticut's fluke and 90% of its scup came from Long Island Sound. During this time, the majority of New York's landings were also coming from federal waters, about just over 60% in 1999. But New York did have ocean fisheries in state waters off of southern and eastern Long Island. Next slide, please. As has been documented by science, the stock distribution has changed and expanded into Long Island Sound. The Trawl Survey Index shows a dramatic increase in abundance and biomass in the Sound after 2010 or so. The map to the left shows stations in both states' waters and highlights the tows conducted specifically in May 2018 as an example. Next slide, please. The NOAA lab at Milford, Connecticut found a dramatic increase in black sea bass trapped CPUE on a rocky reef in Long Island Sound, independently corroborating the trend shown by the Trawl Survey. Next slide, please. The expansion of the stock into Long Island Sound has resulted in a large increase in Connecticut's commercial black sea bass landings from Long Island Sound specifically after 2010. Next slide. The same increasing trend can be seen in New York's black sea bass landings, also from Long Island Sound. Next slide, please. This figure shows how the proportion of each state's total commercial black sea bass harvest from Long Island Sound has increased since the stock expanded into Long Island Sound. Both states harvested a small proportion of their annual total earlier in the time series, and after the stock's expansion, Long Island Sound now accounts consistently for 50% or more of both states' commercial black sea bass harvest. Next slide, please. So we've shown that adult black sea bass were not present in Long Island Sound in significant numbers when Amendment 13 allocations were established. Connecticut fishermen fished in Long Island Sound, but didn't land significant numbers of black sea bass from there. New York fishermen experienced the same types of catch from the Sound as Connecticut's fishermen did. Next slide, please. The majority of 1980 to 2001 landings that established baseline allocations for New York and Connecticut did not come from Long Island Sound, but from ocean and federal waters. New York had a larger ocean fishery than Connecticut, hence New York's 7% historical allocation. As we've covered in the late 2000s, black sea bass expanded into Long Island Sound. Next slide, please. Black sea bass now represents an abundant resource in the shared waters of New York and Connecticut. This new state waters fishery is causing management difficulties for both states. In New York, the quota demand is strained between the traditional ocean fishery that established New York's 7% historical allocation and this new Long Island Sound fishery, resulting in low trip limits and frequent unplanned closures. Next slide, please. Addendum 33 addresses this new fishery only for the state of Connecticut. The lack of adjustment made to New York's baseline allocation under Addendum 33 means that the subsequent distribution of regional biomass takes into account only the catch from its historical ocean fisheries and fails to address the new and robust fishery that now exists for New York in Long Island Sound. Next slide, please. Long Island Sound is a large water body shared by Connecticut and New York. Its 1,300 square miles dwarf most other inland water bodies, including the others found in New York. The addendum explicitly grants additional access to one state that shares these waters while denying the other adjacent state. This is the equivalent of granting access to Maryland and the Chesapeake Bay or New Jersey and Delaware Bay while denying requests from Virginia or Delaware. Next slide, please. The addendum's allocation, according to regional biomass, is a step towards addressing the change in the stock distribution that has been documented by science. However, by adjusting only the baseline of Connecticut, Addendum 33 fails to address impacts to New York as a result of the stock expansion into an area with historically minimal fishing effort. Next slide, please. New York asks that the policy board find that Addendum 33, as currently written, is not consistent with the addendum statement of the problem and remand Section 3.11, baseline quota allocations, back to the species board for corrective action. Corrective action taken by the species board should address the identified inconsistency with the addendum statement of the problem for New York in a manner comparable with the way in which it has been addressed by Connecticut. Corrective action taken by the species board should not reduce the Connecticut baseline allocation below 3%. Next slide, please. New York requests that the species board reconsider the original proposal made by the commissioner from Massachusetts to address the expansion of the stock. That proposal included a 2% increase to the baseline allocations of both states. This results in a 200% increase in baseline for Connecticut and a 29% increase for New York. The table shows the changes that result to baseline allocations if New York's baseline were increased by 2%. Next slide, please. This table shows example state allocations once regional biomass distribution is implemented, assuming current assessment information. I thank you all for your attention. Maya, thank you for your assistance. And now New York's commissioners would like to briefly address the policy board.
Thank you, John, for that presentation. Jim, I'll turn it over to you to start. If you guys could try to keep your comments to a couple minutes, and then we'll open it up for Q&A.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just as a thing, if Tony could tee up her last slide in her presentation, I think will be helpful for the discussion. So if you get that going while I just sum up. So first off, and just to put this more in layman's terms, back to the addendum, John did a great job on the technical aspects of it, but it really boils down to the primary objective of the addendum was to identify increases in abundance of black sea bass and adjust allocated for those impacted areas. Long Island is clearly identified through the extensive data as one of those areas. Long Island Sound is a state border water solely bounded by Connecticut and New York. So the board recognized this, but the result of the February meeting was to only provide relief to Connecticut. And once you and essentially give their base allocation an increase of 2%, without that, New York only received about a 1.5% increase overall when you factor in the biomass increase across the coast. And it's significantly low and unable for us to manage the fishery because of the expansion and the explosion of that population in Long Island Sound. Providing a baseline increase to New York's result, we believe, is a minimal impact to the other states based upon adding New York in. Some cases, it's only a couple of 10% of either an increase or a decrease in some of the states. So not a significant change in terms of the other states. We believe this is a small step that will have minimal impact to the other states, but an important step in the commission moving forward with our overall allocation issue. And we have the subcommittee moving forward, and I think this would be, again, a small step that will help us moving forward and keeping the issue of allocation and changes to that into the future with the body, with ASMFC, and maybe not in other places. So New York is requesting that this be remanded back to the Species Board. First, that the appeal is supported, and then secondly, remanded back to the Species Board, because at this point, we're just making a policy decision, and we will discuss remedies at the Species Board. And again, I'll turn it over to Emerson and John McMurray now for some brief comments, and then back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Emerson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Maya, could you go back to the New York PowerPoint, please? Okay, I think we've got these queued up. What's the next slide, please? Is there another one? Okay, I think you're working off of an earlier presentation. Okay, so go back to slide 6, please.
I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't see John's email from early this morning, so I didn't send that to Maya. It's not Maya's fault. It's mine.
That's okay, no problem. Just go back to slide 6, please. Or at least I think was slide 6. That one, yes, right there. Okay. So I just wanted to review the geography here again. Long Island Sound is a shared water body bounded by Connecticut and New York. The dividing line in the sound between the two states is horizontally down the middle, there from left to right. So each state has about the same amount of Long Island Sound within their state waters. The sound is a shared resource between both states. So again, I just want to reinforce the geography here. Maya, if you could go down to slide 14, please. There. Yes, okay. So this shows the black sea bass harvested from Long Island Sound as a percent of total black sea bass landings for each state. New York is in blue, Connecticut in red. During the early part of the time series, and going back to the baseline period, less than 10% of New York black sea bass landings came from Long Island Sound. So during the baseline period, on which the state-by-state allocations were calculated, the New York and Connecticut black sea bass fisheries occurred primarily outside of Long Island Sound. During the baseline period, landings for both New York and Connecticut were minimal in Long Island Sound. That's because there were hardly any black sea bass in Long Island Sound. Black sea bass were pretty rare in Long Island Sound all the way through about 2012, when the biomass started to increase in the northern area. Right around that time period, fishermen began to see an increase in abundance and availability and increased their catch in Long Island Sound. By 2014, there was an increased directed fishery in Long Island Sound. By 2018, because of a significant increase in black sea bass biomass in Long Island Sound, the proportion of each state's black sea bass landings from Long Island Sound have increased considerably. Now, both in New York and Connecticut, over 50% of each state's black sea bass landings come from Long Island Sound. This is due to the significant increase in black sea bass biomass in the northern region. We developed Addendum 33 to address this issue of the increase in biomass in the northern region. The problem statement of Addendum 33 addresses this issue and specifically highlights the fact that the expansion of the black sea bass stock into areas with historically minimal fishing effort has created significant disparities between state allocations and current abundance and resource availability. This is particularly so in Long Island Sound. The increase that New York received under the addendum due to the regional reallocation is based on the fishery that existed during the baseline period and accounts for increased biomass in the ocean fishery. It does not address the significant increase in biomass in Long Island Sound. an area with historically minimal fishing effort. The board addressed this issue for Connecticut by increasing its baseline allocation to 2%. No such consideration was afforded to New York for the significant biomass and the related fishery in Long Island Sound. The failure to address the increased abundance in Long Island Sound for New York resulted in the fact that Section 3.1 of Addendum 33 is not consistent with the Addendum 33 statement of the problem. Because it's inconsistent, we are here today on this appeal. The vote here today is not an allocation vote. It is a policy vote this morning on the consistency of Addendum 33 with the commission policies. I urge you to vote on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Emerson. I'm going to turn it right over to John McMurray. Joe, I do see your hand up, and I'm going to take questions after the presentation. Go ahead, John.
Thanks. The organizer had me muted. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony, can we go to slide 8, please? Okay, thank you. So here's the short version. This is 100% a climate change management issue, one that shows outside parties, particularly those in Congress, how effective we are in dealing with such clear spatial changes in species distribution. As you can see by the trawl survey chart, black sea bass were pretty rare in Long Island Sound all the way up until about 2012. Right around there, Long Island Sound fishermen began to see an increase in abundance and availability. By 2014, there was a real directed fishery in the Sound. And by 2018, well, it's been described as an explosion. Now, quota demand in New York has become severely strained between the historical ocean fishery, which largely made up New York's baseline, and a new Long Island Sound fishery. The result, of course, has been low trip limits and unplanned closures. What Addendum 33 did was increase Connecticut's baseline allocation to 3% because of that new fishery created by the explosion of black sea bass. Clearly, Long Island Sound is a shared waterway between New York and Connecticut, but New York received no such allocation. The stated intent of Addendum 33 is to address changes in distribution of the stock specifically for Long Island Sound. Clearly, that didn't happen if it addressed it for one state, but intentionally left out the other. Now, I know some of you see this from a coastal perspective, and yes, we got a little bit more quota, but you need to look at it from a spatial one. This is not the ocean, this is Long Island Sound, and New York can't just shift effort to Long Island Sound and everything will be fine. We need relief for Long Island Sound fishermen. Those guys lost the lobster because of climate change. They should be able to take advantage of some of the influx of black sea bass. That is only fair. To be crystal clear, the problem here is that Addendum 33 explicitly grants access to a newly abundant resource in shared state waters to one adjacent state while essentially ignoring the other state. As John correctly pointed out in his presentation, this is the equivalent of granting access to a public resource to Maryland and the Chesapeake and to hell with Virginia, or in Delaware Bay granting access to New Jersey and to hell with Delaware. It seems to me that just about anyone looking at this objectively can understand how problematic this is. Now, I understand some states on the policy board might want to stay out of this because it's not their state that's being affected, and I understand that they may perceive this solely as an allocation dispute between states, but it's not. It's a climate change management issue, and if we can't deal with this sort of thing, which is relatively simple, will likely have minimal impact, well, we failed and will likely continue to fail at truly addressing climate change as it relates to stock redistribution. To be clear, again, this is not a species board where abstaining is appropriate because it's not a species important to that state. The policy board exists to make tough but just decisions like this. That's why we're here, to help decide these sorts of issues. So I would encourage those states to look at this issue objectively and vote on a motion that I'm guessing we'll see up here shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the state of New York for your presentation. What I'd like to do now is just take questions for the state of New York's presentation, or we can go back questions for Tony as well. Does anybody have any questions at this time? Roy Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim or John, could you educate me as to the types of fisheries on the New York side of Long Island Sound? Is there a trawl fishery in that portion of the Long Island Sound, or are the existing fisheries primarily pot fisheries? How would you characterize the fisheries? And the reason I'm asking that question is to see what bycatch losses might be if there were no relief granted in terms of black sea bass landings. Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
Yes, thank you for the question. There are trawls fisheries in Long Island Sound, particularly in the eastern portion of it. In addition to, pots and pinhooking.
Thanks, John. Roy Miller, follow up?
Yes, please. Is there much of a lobster pot fishery, or has that totally collapsed? What I'm getting at, or black sea bass being captured in lobster pots?
I'm going to assume I'm going to answer that. So, Roy, there are relatively few active Long Island Sound lobster fishermen left. Certainly, there are some, but much smaller than in the 1990s.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. David Borden.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is a process question. If the appeal is granted, then it goes back to the species board, and does the species board deal with this issue alone, or would they then schedule a joint meeting? And what I'm struggling with is whether or not the commission has to deal with it first, and then if and when they address it, they then schedule a joint meeting with the MID. Could somebody elaborate on that point, please?
Thanks for the question, David. I'm gonna ask Tony to give her perspective, but I think from as I'm looking at it prior to the conversation around a remedy, the issue should be around justification, and then I think that we may need to have a conversation around how that interface will look. But Tony, do you have any thoughts on that?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll give you what I believe is the correct answer and have Bob fact check me. But if the board agrees and remands this back to the Summer Flounder Scup and Black Sea Bass Board, we would inform the Mid-Atlantic Council of what has happened and when we plan to meet as the Summer Flounder Scup Black Sea Bass Board. I believe that would be the August meeting, and see if they want to be a part of that discussion. But Bob, is that correct?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, Tony, I think that's correct. Yeah, the big question is ultimately, this is a species management board issue if the policy board remands it back. And under this process, if the policy board remands something back to the species board is obligated to take action to make a change. They don't, can't go back to the species board and the species board says, no, actually what we did was we like what we did and we're going to stay status quo. That the species board is obligated to make a change. So it gets a little bit difficult or tricky because, obviously the policy board can't obligate the Mid-Atlantic Council to make a change. And so the decision point will have to be, how do we want to structure a joint meeting if we go that route, and voting and other things. And I don't, I think that an argument can be made that a joint vote with the Mid-Atlantic Council and ISFMP on this appeal probably isn't the appropriate first step. I think the board, this is a board issue that the species board issue that they have to sort out. Having the Mid-Atlantic Council involved makes some sense since it is jointly managed, but I'm not sure our strict joint voting process may make sense should something go back to the species board. I don't want to presuppose the outcome here.
David, do you need any more?
Yeah, just a quick point. Bob Beal just made one of the points that I wanted to get to is that I think it's incumbent upon the process when this goes back to the species board should vote on it up or down and address the issue without the joint voting implications being brought into this. That interjects a dynamic into the board action that I don't think is warranted. The board needs to take a position on this, and then once we get a position, we can work with our partners in the Mid-Atlantic Council, but we need to have our own position on this going into that joint session. Thank you.
Thanks for those thoughts, David. Mike Luisi, I see your hands up. I'm going to allow you to comment as the Mid-Atlantic chair, but if you could keep them brief, because I think we probably need to come back to this conversation at some point after we've made a determination around both justification and remedy. But go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I can hold off on my comments. And I am not on the policy board, but as the chair of the Mid-Atlantic Council, I'm happy to answer questions. The Mid-Atlantic Council does not have any intention in revisiting this decision. So if the board determines that this decision needs to be reconsidered and the board decides to make a change, we will then have both federal and state waters allocations different, which is something that we've talked about many times. I'm happy to talk more about it. I'll respect your request, Mr. Chairman, to keep those points brief, but I am here, and I've been in conversation with leadership of the council on this issue. So please just call on me if you need some answers or need some questions based on the joint management plan that we have with the board as far as council and board participation in this. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. It's a little disheartening to hear that the MID would not consider readdressing this issue. So if that is the case, then I think the commission needs to move on with the idea that we will make a determination without the MID, if that's the case. But again, I think we need to revisit this issue after the final votes are taken. John Clark, questions to New York or to Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think this question will be directed to New York. And New York did get an increase from 7 to 8.57% of the quota. As we all know, based on the latest assessment, the commercial quota for black sea bass coastwide went up 59%. Long Island Sound, yes, it's part of New York, so all the fishermen, Ocean and Long Island Sound, are permitted in New York. Why has New York, what actions has New York taken to reallocate some of the allocation you have now to the Long Island Sound? What is preventing you from doing that? I mean, this seems like a issue that with the big increases that you've gotten, both from the 59% increase a couple of years ago and from the 1.5% increase in the overall stock, that should give you some relief as is. Thanks.
I'll take that, Mr. Chairman. So, and if Tony could put up that last slide, whatever. John, the original allocation that New York had back in 2003 gave New York only 7% of the coastwide allocation, and noted this before. Our adjacent states each have, I think Jersey has a 20% allocation, Rhode Island, Massachusetts are in the teens, somewhere around 14 to 15%. So we've been struggling for the last few years in the ocean fishery because that 7% really was not adequate for the resource that we actually had. So with the 2% increase, if we had gotten that, we would have been about at 11%, and we believe that's more of a manageable allocation in terms of our fishery. And if you still note, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts still are significantly higher, and they go up in terms of their percentages. So essentially saying that we're going to transfer some of that 7% into a new fishery in Long Island Sound does not give us adequate quota to manage that fishery. And as John had indicated in the presentation, I've been signing closures on a monthly basis now because we just don't have significant quota based upon our historical allocation and with the increase that occurred in Long Island Sound. So that switch will not resolve the issue that we have.
Could I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Jim, I mean, we know really the main problem is that the stock, as has been pointed out time and time again by the states in the southern region, there's plenty of black sea bass down here too. And, if you look at the statistical areas in the landings, you see that Delaware, the area right off of Delaware Bay is consistently one of the top areas for landings. Once again, the problem is the quota overall for the whole coast is obviously just too low. So I think that, no state is kind of came out of this happy, and I don't know, based on some of the things that have been said here, whether this will really solve the problem.
Thank you, John. I've got Chris Bad-Savage and then Emerson Hasbro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question is for the New York commissioners. The presentation showed the percent of black sea bass landings from Long Island Sound for both Connecticut and New York, and that answered a question that I had going into this. I don't recall hearing or seeing that information before, and reading through the draft minutes in the February meeting, I didn't see anything like that in there to just kind of give the relative importance or percentage of landings of black sea bass from Long Island for New York, or Long Island Sound from New York. I'm just wondering why wasn't that that point raised during the February meeting? Thanks.
Chris, I believe the information was in the overall supporting documents, but the specific breakout for Long Island Sound wasn't included. And at the time, it was our understanding that that there was the discussion. And if you looked at one of the options that Tony had put up before, and Tony, if you could put your slide presentation back up, that would be helpful. Essentially, there was a recommendation that if some of the options such as DARA or triggers didn't work, that there was an option that was New York and Connecticut would both have a 2% increase in their base allocation. So we had thought, talking with some of the other states in Massachusetts, so that was going to be a motion that would be supported. It was a bit of a surprise that it was removed during the meeting, and if we had known it, we probably would have done more of an emphasis on the fishery specific to Long Island Sound.
Thank you, Jim. Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond to John Clark's questions, and what John seems to be getting at is the allocation issue here. So my suggestion is that his concerns and questions might more appropriately be debated if this gets remanded back to the board. I just want to bring us back here at the policy board to the fact that we're not asking the policy board here to act on reallocation. What we're asking here is for the policy board to decide on whether or not there was a failure to address the increased abundance in Long Island Sound for New York that resulted from the fact that Section 3.1 of Addendum 33 is not consistent with the Addendum 33 statement of the problem. Not to argue allocation here. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. That is a good reminder that, again, we're not trying to get into an allocation conversation here. This is a policy conversation around the justification of the appeal. It is easy to kind of stray into those conversations, obviously. So we'll remind everybody to be mindful of that. I've got Dan McKernan. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Pat. Regarding Mike Luisi's comment on the lack of interest by the Mid-Atlantic Council to alter the allocation scheme on the federal side, am I correct that the regional administrator has yet to approve the federal allocations, and one option or one outcome could be the regional administrator could defer to the ASMFC approved quotas, as is the case now?
I believe that's correct, but I'm going to let the regional administrator answer that. Mike?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thanks for the question. It's correct. We have received the initial draft of the council's allocation amendment only. We have not started the secretarial review process of that amendment. And so we've made no determination on approving or disapproving any aspect of that amendment. I will say that if we do not have the option, and maybe this wasn't the intent of the question, we do not have the option to adopt the commission's allocations into the federal FMP, but we may have grounds to disapprove bringing the state-by-state allocations into the federal FMP, particularly if the council's proposed allocations in the amendment are different from any resulting allocations that the commission approves. I think that would make it very challenging for us to approve the council's FMP if by doing so, we would be creating disparities in the allocations at the state-by-state level.
Thanks, Mike. Dan, does that answer your question in full?
Certainly does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do see a member of the public whose hand is up. I am not going to take questions from the members of the public. This is a policy board discussion. When we get to motions, I may take a few public comments around motions, but at this time, I'm going to keep all of the questions focused here at the table. So with that, I'm going to recognize now Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm prepared to make a motion in the interest of moving this along, if that's appropriate at this time.
Let me hold that just for a second, Justin. Are there any other questions for New York at this time? Seeing no questions, go ahead with that motion, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think staff has the motion, so I'd ask if they could put it up on the screen. Thank you. So I move to find that New York's appeal of Addendum 33, based upon Criterion 1, addendum inconsistent with the statement of the problem, is justified.
Thank you. We have a motion on the board. Do we have a second? Mel Bell, you seconding?
Yes, sir.
And a second by Mel Bell. Justin and Mel, would you like to give any additional supporting information?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I'll start out by just, acknowledging all the hard work and tough decisions that went into Addendum 33 Particularly want to acknowledge all the great work that was done by Commission and Mid-Atlantic Council staff throughout that long process. From my standpoint, I thought there was a lot of good that came out of Addendum 33. You know, allocation's a really tough issue. I mean, that's becoming, you know, we can't go through a meeting now without someone saying that. I think maybe we need to get T-shirts printed up with that slogan on it. But for sure, it's one of the biggest challenges we have to deal with on the Commission these days. And I think from my standpoint, what's really important is that we engage with the problem often, and that every time we do, we try to move the ball forward. So from that standpoint, I thought Addendum 33 was a success in that I thought particularly the approach we adopted towards regional allocation was really a good step forward. It was much more equitable. It directly incorporated science, which I thought was really important. Something out of that process that I also was really heartened by was that people around the table took tough votes on Addendum 33. They took votes that were against the direct interests of their states for the sake of the greater good. And so I thought that was also really important. So I don't want to, you know, adopt a tone that I thought Addendum 33 did not make substantial progress on the greater issue of allocation for the Commission. But I think now that the dust is settled and we've made the decision and moved away from it, I do think it's apparent that we, you know, maybe didn't quite get it all the way right. And I think we can be forgiven for that. That was a long meeting back in February with a lot of twists and turns. It was made all the more difficult because we were doing it in the virtual environment. I think we're finding that's a tough environment to deal with difficult issues like this. I think New York has made a compelling case that the outcome of Addendum 33 did not provide them adequate relief for the substantial increase of black sea bass in the shared waters of Long Island Sound. Certainly Connecticut was grateful and pleased that the outcome of Addendum 33 recognized Connecticut's singular problem with essentially our lack of allocation that prevented us from having a directed fishery to take advantage of the noticeable increase of black sea bass in our waters. But I think New York, again, has made a great case here that they have also experienced the same increase in black sea bass in the shared waters of Long Island Sound, and the dynamic they have with an established ocean fishery that was operating under existing allocation has created problems where the relief they've been provided by Addendum 33 isn't enough. So I think there's a good case here to find their appeal justified, and I hope everybody could agree and we could give it full consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. Before I take any comments either for or against, Mel Bell, do you have any additional justification for the motion?
Yes, sir. Thanks. And obviously, I'm not on the board that was dealing with the addendum, so I'd like to think I'm kind of looking at this from the benefit of sort of a little more objectivity. Wasn't involved in the decision, and certainly admit that. But what I will admit that after hearing the presentation from New York this morning, as well as the input from the commissioners, I feel much better about where I was with this. And I think this is an example, as John McMurray said, this is an example of what we're going to be dealing with over the next several decades, perhaps, of, you know, a world of fisheries that we've been in that we kind of treated as sort of static, but they're not static. And we're seeing that now, and we're seeing these range expansions, and I'm very sensitive to it down here from a council role, you know, as well as a state perspective. I mean, we're seeing sort of the center of mass, if you will, of some species shift, you know, and there's countless examples. I mean, you know, from the commission's perspective, you know, whether it's lobster or menhaden, cobia is an example that we've dealt with down here in our part of the coast, where, you know, they've obviously shifted north, and now the commission's managing that as state waters fisheries. So we're in a very dynamic situation right now. So this just seemed to me, looking at it objectively, as an example of that's occurring, and then perhaps the board didn't adequately account for that in how they they compensated Connecticut, but not New York from the same body of water. And that just struck me so I felt that the appeal was well grounded, and I do feel much better this morning after looking at all the data. I feel much, I'm convinced. So I think, and as we said, this is not about allocations, it's about policy. And this may just be, the first example of something that we're going to find ourselves, whether we're on the commission or whether we're on councils. We're going to be dealing with this for quite a while as the fish do what the fish are going to do in response to changing water temperatures and all. So I felt that the appeal was well founded, and I agree. I support the appeal.
Thank you, Mel. What I'd like to do now is take there's probably several people that are going to want to talk. I would like to take 3 comments for, 3 comments against, see where we are, see if there's any more additional folks that want to comment. But before I do, Tony Kearns, I think, would like to make one small grammatical change to the motion. Tony?
I think it would be good if we said addendum is inconsistent with the statement of the problem is justified, if that's okay with the maker and seconder.
Any objection from the maker or the seconder?
No.
None, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. The motion has been changed. At this point, I will take 3 comments in favor of the motion and then 3 comments in opposition. And I've got a lot of hands going up. I'm assuming they are all in favor. I'm going to keep this to the policy board for now. The first on my list is Jason McNamee. Jason, you are muted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So I very much support this motion. I just, want to thank and congratulate John and the team from New York on a really well done presentation today. And it's unfortunate that they had to go through all of that work. I felt the same way at the time of the meeting as I do now, where there was a significant inequity with how New York was treated during those tortured deliberations. I also appreciated Dr. Davis's positivity in his comments, and so I have to say that I still haven't gotten to that point yet, but I appreciated his thoughts on that. I just want to remind folks that, that we can see, we saw maps, we all already knew that Long Island Sound is a shared water body between New York and Connecticut. And I just want to restate that the addendum that action was not about giving a state with a small quota more quota, which was the reason I heard people give for why they gave it to Connecticut and not New York. The addendum was about dealing with a spatial management issue. And I just want to remind folks of that point, and it speaks directly to the motion. And so there's really no good justification to have, taken an action with Connecticut and not with New York. And so I'm interested in revisiting this and very much support and feel that the appeal is justified. And this is coming from a state that will likely lose a little bit more. I know that part is to be determined, but just to sort of, let you know where my comments are are coming from. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jason. Adam Nowalski, is this in favor?
So as board chair to whom this would come back, this would be a couple of process questions for leadership and members that may speak, Mr. Chairman, if you would entertain that at this time.
I will entertain that, Adam. Go ahead with your process questions.
Thank you very much. So those people that have reviewed the materials know that the addendum, which was done as a council amendment, as well to complement this management action, since it is a joint management plan, did have options in the document that provided the opportunity for an increase in base allocation to New York during the development of the document. The board and council jointly made the decision to remove those. Ultimately, in the final decision making, the decision making included, that was final action on this, did include yes votes from the number of people that have spoken in favor of this so far, including the state of New York today. So the specific question I'd have to leadership on this appeal is, so that we don't come back here, if this motion passes, this is sent back to the board takes some other action. I understand that this is a two-step process, right? This first step is it justified? And then the second step is, what is the remediation to occur, which may occur remanding it back to the board. So this might be premature, but I think it's worth people thinking about as they vote on this motion. And again, I'd look for leadership's guidance here and input in terms of, if this were back to the board or some other action, what is going to keep this from coming back to the policy board again? Was the decision making by the leadership for this appeal to go forward, was it based on the amount that was given to Connecticut and New York different? Was that the basis? If their numbers had been equal, would leadership have felt differently about this? Or was the decision that the total increase given to the sound was inadequate? Because I think I think that's very important in determining how we would ultimately potentially move forward. I think this is really important in consideration of how we vote on this motion. What did leadership specifically find inconsistent? That New York and Connecticut were treated differently, or that not enough was gone ahead and allocated to the sound?
Thank you, Adam. So, I mean, it's pretty, this was all based on criterion one, and claims under criterion one were decisions not consistent with the statement of the problem. And then that was the final determination, excuse me. I'm not sure if it makes a difference on what the overarching reason is, if it's a decision around consistency with the statement of the problem. But I guess I'd ask Bob or Tony if they want to weigh in on that.
Mr. Chair, this is Bob. I'll chime in a little bit. You know, I think, Adam, it's important to keep in mind the roles of the different groups here. The leadership group that Chairman Kelleher mentioned at the beginning, that's the first review of any appeal that's submitted. The job of those three individuals is not to pass judgment and decide what was wrong or right with the decision that happened at the species board. Their job is just to review what was presented by New York and determine if there's enough there do they meet the appeal criteria to bring something forward to the policy board for a full discussion. So their job is not to decide, was not enough allocated to the entire water body of Long Island Sound, et cetera. Their job is to say, yep, New York has enough or New York has provided rationale that's consistent with one of the appeal criteria, and this is justified coming forward. So I think that discussion of what, if the appeal is justified, that's a decision of the policy board, and that's what this motion does. And then, as you said, there is that second motion that will decide what guidance is provided back to the species board on what the corrective action should look like. So this, I think you're asking for sort of a interpretation or a finding from the leadership committee that it's not their job to make.
Adam, does that answer your question?
I think what I'm hearing is an answer is that decision wasn't made by leadership, and I guess the question that I'm asking needs to be answered here as we move forward today, and I'll look forward to that continued discussion and guidance. So I'll probably come back to this, but I think it's really important to understand so that we're clear on what we need to be doing. So we'll keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Adam. I'm going to go back to the comments in favor of the motion, and I have Richie White and Mike Millard. Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this motion, and part of looking at this issue for me was having the knowledge that, or the understanding that there are vessels leaving southern state and steaming quite a distance to the north and harvesting black sea bass in federal waters, and then steaming long distance back and landing them in the southern state. All of which I have no problem with. And, it's perfectly fine, and that state gets landings, from federal waters, but way to the north. What this is telling me is that the degree to which this stock has expanded and or shifted to the north, clearly vessels would not be, if they could just go right out in front of their state in federal waters and catch the black sea bass, they'd be doing it. And they're not. They're spending a lot of time and money on fuel and time to to go where the fishing is better. So it comes back to our reluctance and understandable reluctance to for a state to give up any quota. But when we're basing things on historic landings to such a degree, that's going to have to change, and there's going to have to be an adjustment. So that's part of the reason that I look at the degree to which this population has shifted, and how New York was treated unfairly in this. I mean, it's a simple fairness test, and this was not fair. And I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. Mike Millard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this motion, and I guess as a federal entity on the policy board, I feel compelled to explain that a little bit. My support for this is fairly focused motion, and I take to heart the notion that this is a policy issue at this point and not an allocation issue. So that support is support for the notion that the decision was not consistent with the statement of the problem, and nothing beyond that. I listened to the presentations this morning. They seem very convincing to me. I read the materials. It seemed convincing to me. So I feel justified as a federal entity in supporting this policy issue. Since I have the floor, I'll say it now, and I won't have to waste time later. If there is a second motion about remediation, it's my opinion, and I guess it could be argued with, but it's probably my opinion that is likely to tip too far into the allocation world and the service would probably abstain from that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. At this time, I'd like to take three three comments in opposition to the motion. And first up is Joe Semino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am opposed to this. If this was an amendment and not an addendum, the vote to pass this or to have the allocation scheme that we have now passed with just two states voting against, New York and Virginia. The next vote, of course, is for the board to approve the addendum as amended. And no states objected to that at the time, not even New York, although NIMS did abstain. So now the policy board is being asked to weigh in. Again, they would have before with a nearly unanimous vote, and I think the policy board would have approved this, and the appeal would have been much more interesting. To me, the question comes down to this idea of distribution. Long Island Sound is only mentioned once in this addendum, and it's as an example that Connecticut did not used to have a fishery. Distribution of the stock is mentioned 20 times. New York is asking in this appeal to lock up an extra 2% as a baseline quota, a quota that would be higher than quite a few states, instead of, the distribution portion of the motion that the board did pass. For me, one of the biggest problems in this entire process of cooperative management, and this is no disrespect to the folks from New York on the commission who have done a great deal with this, and the good folks on the council, but since at least 2012, the board and council members have been hearing from New York's appointees as messengers. We've been threatened and bullied that if we don't vote the way New York wants, that their governor will sue or their senator will write legislation that takes this decision away from us. I think this policy board doesn't hear that all the time, but that has been part of this process long-standing, that if we don't make this decision on this appeal, it'll be taken away from us. We hear it time and again, and I think that's the part of the process that really needs to change. I hope the policy board realizes once again that New York isn't asking in this appeal for a distribution change. They're looking at it as locking up an extra baseline quota. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Do I have any other comments in opposition to the motion? Tom Fody.
I was waiting for this echo to stop. Yeah, I've been at the losing end of New York's constant, basically trying to take quota from other states, whether it's summer flounder, whether it's black sea bass, whether it's other species. And as Joe pointed out, with the idea of get legislation or suing the commission the same way Virginia does over Menhaden, and it really irks me and it gets me upset. When we looked at this, we also, and you say this is not an allocation, but it is an allocation because that's what's going to go back to the board. How do we allocate? We all have seen an increase, and I understand what Richie's saying, that things are migrating. Black sea bass is not one of those things. New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia see more black sea bass than they've seen before, and we have not been able to basically harvest it. And that's because of joint plan, because we're stuck with New York's, the Mid-Atlantic Council's recommendation from their SSC about where we can go with the quota. We've had years where this has been 200% above the spawning stock biomass, and yet we haven't seen increases. And now with all the new MREPS numbers, it just screwed everything else up. And we've been looking at how these going on for years. I probably New York will have better success when New Jersey asks for appeals coming before this board. And I guess maybe that's part of our personalities. But I look at this and I say, what are we really doing here? And what we really are doing is basically going at an allocation. Raritan Bay has seen an increase in the pot fishermen. Delaware Bay has seen an increase in the pot fishermen's ability, but they were stuck under their state's quota, so they share it equally. And we've made accommodations between our pot fishermen inside and outside to basically reap some of the rewards of the quota increase, whether no matter how small it is, and try to divide it by that. That takes tough decisions, and New Jersey has made those. I imagine Delaware has made the same type of decisions. And basically just this is, and we didn't ask for special remediation for our bays or estuaries, because if we figure we handle it by the overall quota and the overall increases, not just looking for a double dip at the stick. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Tom. Any other members of the policy board that would like to speak in opposition to the motion? Seeing no more hands, are there any members of the, we've got Chris Bat Savage. You have testifying, this in opposition, Chris?
Mr. Chair, I guess I'm kind of uncertain as far as for or against. So if you want to go to someone else before me, that's fine. I was kind of waiting to, have some people speak in favor and opposition first.
Chris, your mic's open. You've got the floor. Why don't you make your statements, and then I'll go to members of the public for quick comments.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I asked earlier about the information that you were provided as far as percentage of landings from Long Island Sound, total landings, and wondered why it wasn't provided earlier, and that kind of puts a different light in terms of the issue at hand that wasn't entirely clear in Addendum 33. It was very clear that the black sea bass abundance has increased, but not. It wasn't clear that the commercial fisheries, at least in both states, well, New York at least, as it increased as well. Because I guess the way I was thinking about this is, using another big water body like Pamlico Sound, if we had a species that increased its abundance in Pamlico Sound, but the percent of commercial landings really didn't increase from that water body. I don't know if that would justify an increase in allocation for whatever species, if it was, if it came to that. But in what New York has showed today is a little different than I think my understanding and maybe other people's understanding of the situation was during the process of approving Addendum 33. So just wanted to just kind of make that point as in terms of where I am or not on this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. At this time, I'm going to take a couple comments from the public, and I'm going to call, if you could keep them brief, Julie, but I'll call on you, Julie Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. My name is Julie Evans. I am the East Hampton Town Fisheries Advisory Committee representative to the Commission and the Council. I wanted to let this board know that how important the Long Island Sound fishery is to New York fishermen, especially on the Twin Forks. We catch, I would say, the majority of both commercial, recreational, and in the for-hire industry. So when we heard that we would be diminished in our catches for black sea bass, there was an outcry. We feel that New York is not getting a fair and equitable shake on this thing. So I urge the Commission to carefully consider the New York appeal, as it affects hundreds of fishermen on Long Island Sound and on the Twin Forks who fish there. We are dependent on black sea bass for a lot of our income, and so are the associated industries here. So I want to also thank Mr. Gilmore, Mr. Hasbrook, Mr. Murray, and John Maniscalco for the presentation. I think it was effective, and I urge you to consider this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Seeing no other Seeing no other hands from the public, I'm going to call the question. I'm going to read into the record the motion. Move to find that New York's appeal of Addendum 33, based upon Criterion 1, the addendum is consistent with the statement of the problem, is justified. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
Can we caucus, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. Let's, why don't we take a 2-minute caucus, and if staff could put up the timer. Thank you. Okay, the two minutes is up. Hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to finalize their votes by state. I do want to make sure that I read this clearly into the record, so I'm going to read it one more time. Move to find that New York's appeal to Addendum 33, based upon Criterion 1, addendum is inconsistent with the statement of the problem, is justified. So with that, would like all in, is staff ready to count the votes? Tony?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Great. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Just gonna let the hands settle for a second. Okay, I have Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Delaware. Sorry, hands moved. I just have to make sure I'm in the right spot. New Hampshire, South Carolina, Massachusetts, Maine, Florida, Georgia, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
Great, thank you. If you could clear your hands. Tony, can you clear the hands?
I will.
Yeah. Oh, I can. Yeah, I can do it too. Mel's got it going up.
Yep.
All hands are cleared. Could it, now, all those in opposition, please raise your hand.
I have Virginia, New Jersey, Maryland, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission.
Great. Any abstentions?
No
No fisheries abstaining. Any null votes?
No null votes.
Do you have the count, Tony?
I have 13. Tina, I just want to confirm that that's correct. In favor. 4 noes, 1 abstention, 0 nulls. Tina, will you confirm that 13?
That is correct, Tony.
Thank you.
So the motion passes 13-4, 4 against, 1 abstention, and no null votes. Thank you very much. At this point in time, we need to move on to a motion in regards to remedy. Does anybody have a motion on remedy? Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a motion, and I believe staff has that motion. They would be willing to put it up on the screen. Great, thank you. I move to remand Addendum 33, specifically Section 3.1.1, baseline quota allocations, back to the ASMFC, Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Management Board for corrective action that addresses impacts to New York's baseline in a manner comparable to the consideration given Connecticut for the expansion of Black Sea Bass into Long Island Sound. Corrective action taken by the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Management Board should not result in a Connecticut baseline allocation less than 3% or decrease the percentage of quota redistributed according to regional biomass.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Do we have a second on this motion? David Borden. Justin, would you like to give some further justification?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start out by acknowledging the comment made by Jason McNamee about my positivity about Addendum 33, and I do want to say that I'll temper that enthusiasm by saying that I don't think we've arrived at our destination when it comes to allocation. I think Addendum 33 made some important steps forward, that being adopting a fixed regional allocation rather than the trigger approach we had previously used for summer flounder, and also direct incorporation of science into the allocation framework. I think one of the other victories of Addendum 33 was the development of the DARA approach, which I think is ultimately where we want to get to with allocation, that sort of approach. So at least we were able to develop it and have it in that document and consider it. Unfortunately, we didn't ultimately adopt it. But really the sort of underlying thing of my motion here is to try to not throw out the baby with the bathwater and preserve those aspects of Addendum 33 that I think were positive steps forward. Again, that approach of a fixed allocation to the 2 different regions that's based on science. And I think there was broad agreement across the board that Connecticut's 1% allocation was a singular problem. It prevented our state from having a directed fishery and taking advantage of the increase of black sea bass in our local waters. And I would hope that there's agreement across the board that taking less than allocating less than 3% to Connecticut as our baseline allocation would basically put Connecticut back into a place where we were before with our allocation without sufficient quota to support a directed fishery. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. David, as a seconder, would you like to give any additional information?
No, sir. I think Justin just covered it. Thank you.
Okay. I am going to take the same approach that I did on the last motion, take 3 in favor, 3 against, and we'll see if we have any additional hands after that. I will go to the public for very quick input as well after that. At some point, depending on how this conversation is moving, I may ask for a recess to let some folks possibly get together if we get into a situation where this motion may need to be refined or modified. I am cognizant of the time. It is now just shy of 11 o'clock, so we are just about 25 minutes over on this item alone. So At this time, I'll take some hands for opposition, and the first hand is Adam Nowalski. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Adam. At this time, I'm not following my own script. I'm going to take 3 hands in favor and then 3 hands in opposition. My apologies. Can I have hands in favor of the motion? Adam, your hand is back. Your hand is now down. Most hands in favor of the motion. I'm not seeing any hands. Any hands in opposition to the motion? I have Adam and then Joe Cimino.
I'll get right to it here. Is that now that we've gone ahead and stated that the policy board has determined that there was an issue, fine, accept it. But the answers to the questions earlier with regards to leadership hadn't made a decision and that this policy board would likely want to leave the ultimate decision about the allocation to the management board. My opposition to this motion as it stands right now is with this last sentence. If you want to have the management board reconsider what happened, that's fine. But I feel the management board needs to have full flexibility to go back and look at all of the options in 3.1.1 that were in the addendum and not go ahead and selectively pick out certain things that were beneficial to some states and say we're going to keep them in. If you're going to send this back to the management board should have the ability to make that decision freely. Therefore, I move to amend this motion to remove the last sentence.
So we have a motion to amend by removing of the last sentence. Do we have a second to that motion? John Clark. Adam, would you like to give any additional comments on your motion? Hearing none. Mr. Clark, John Clark, do you have any additional comments to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think Adam stated it well. We've been told that these decisions are not about allocation, and yet this motion already, as Adam pointed out, locks us into a certain set of allocation options. So I think that the motion is fine without that last sentence, and I agree with Adam on that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'm going to follow the same process that I did before. I'm going to take 3 in favor and then 3 against. But before I do, Director Beal has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear on the way I interpret this motion, I don't want to speak for the maker and seconder, and I'm more speaking of the main motion than the motion to amend at this point. The remanding this back to the Black Sea Bass Board with the language in the main motion doesn't guarantee New York necessarily the full 2%. The corrective action taken by the Summer Flounder Board can be something somewhat different than that. I don't know what it may be, but I just don't. I want to sort of control expectations on what this means. The Summer Flounder Board Scott Black Sea Bass Board has room to operate, but it doesn't fully guarantee or prescribe the outcome that will happen in the next step should this motion pass or the series of motions pass.
Thanks for that, Bob, and thanks for that clarity. So I'm going to take some comments in favor of this motion. First up is Joe Cimino. Joe, you're on mute. There you go, Joe.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I do agree with the statements by the Adam and John on this. We heard a lot on this. The decision on distribution was important. So I think if if the Fauna Scup and Seabass Board did anything wrong, it was locking up 3% in a baseline. I think that was the decision that seems to be the real issue here. That's against the problem statement of distribution of the stock. So I think we need to be able to revisit that decision as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any additional hands in favor of the motion to amend? Tom Foti?
Yeah, as we said during debate, everybody said it was not about allocation, but you're talking about allocation in the motion as is President Rick. That's why I support Adams and Clark's addendum amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Tom. Any additional hands on in favor of the motion to amend? Seeing none, do we have any opposition to the motion to amend? Jason McNamee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to offer, I think it's unfortunate that folks are trying to, I don't know, imply hypocrisy or something to that effect. My interpretation of the original motion, which I support, is we're trying not to relitigate what was, again, a long and tortured discussion. We're trying to focus it in on, the relevant part from our previous action. And I think that's a wise decision to try and keep this focused in on the exact element that was being appealed, which I think the original motion does, and I think the amendment undoes. So I don't support the amendment.
Thank you, Jason. Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also in opposition to this amendment to the motion. I think Jason really captured it. Nobody, I think, is really interested in going back and revisiting the meeting we had in February and opening the entire addendum back up and considering all the options there and redoing that debate. I think the intent of the original motion here is to try to preserve those aspects that I think were the best outcomes from Addendum 33 and that there was broad consensus on, and also to try to provide some direction to the management board for when we open this back up for reconsideration to address New York's concerns. I think New York did a good job of narrowing the focus of their appeal to essentially a small adjustment, possibly to their baseline allocation. I know we're not supposed to be talking about allocation here, but there was a table presented in both Tony's presentation and in John's presentation that showed essentially the adjustment they're looking for would result in very small changes to other states' allocations. So I think what we're looking for here is a small adjustment to the outcome we got out of Addendum 33, not sort of a broad reconsideration of multiple decisions we made during that meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. I'll take one more comment, if there is one, in opposition to the motion to amend. Seeing none. We've got one hand under the wire. Jim Gilmore.
Yeah, just a comment, Mr. Chairman. And I believe in this motion and back to the meeting in February, no matter what part of the discussion we had, we pretty much had consensus about a baseline to 3% for Connecticut. And I don't think there was any controversy about that because of Connecticut's unique, position and how that, the earlier allocation had been done. So I understand the technicality about it, but it's just, I think, preserving something that I think everybody agreed to. And if I'm wrong on that, then maybe I wasn't listening, but it doesn't trouble me to have that in there because, again, it was very much a consensus thing that Connecticut needed, a good bump in their base allocation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Doug Haymans. Is this, Doug's hand went down. Doug, do you have a question or a comment?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay, and it just concerns the what the board's being asked to do. Are they able to come back with the same decision as made previously after reconsideration, or do they have to render a different decision?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Doug. Just as a reminder, anything that is remanded back to the species board must be a change from the decision that was made prior. So the species board cannot debate this and say that status quo is going to be the answer. There must be a change to the allocation, and this particular motion would focus it into that particular section. So with that, if there are no more hands or burning desires for comments either for or against, I'm going to call the question. This is a motion to amend the motion to remove the last sentence of the original motion. Tony, are you ready for hands?
I am, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your hand.
Just waiting for the hands to settle. I have Delaware, Virginia, South Carolina, New Jersey, Maryland, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission.
I'll clear the hands. All those in opposition to the motion to amend, please raise a hand.
Waiting for the hands to settle here. I have Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Maine, Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina.
Great. Do we have any, I'll clear the hands, any null votes?
No.
Any abstentions? 2 abstentions, NOAA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Tony, can you read the tally?
Yep. 7 in favor, 10 against, 2 abstentions, and no votes.
Tony,
Tina,
I have 6 in favor.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Tina. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I did as well.
I can't read slashes. I can't. I can't count my slashes.
So the motion to amend fails by a vote of 6 to 10 to 2 with 0 nulls. We are back to the main motion. I'll take a couple additional comments on the main motion, and I'm going to see if there's any members of the public that would like to respond. Any members of the policy board that would like to comment on the main motion? Either for or against. For or against, excuse me. Seeing no hands, are there any members of the public that would like to make a very quick comment on the motion? Seeing no hands, I am going to read the motion into the record and then call the question. Move to remand addendum 33, specifically section 3.1.1, baseline quota allocations, back to the ASMFC Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Management Board for corrective action that addresses the impact to New York's baseline in a manner comparable to the consideration given Connecticut for the expansion of black sea bass into Long Island Sound. Corrective action taken by the Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass Management Board should not result in a Connecticut baseline allocation less than 3% or decrease the percentage of quota redistributed according to the regional biomass. The motion was made by Dr. Davis and seconded by Mr. Borden. Joe, I see your hand is up. Do you have a question or are you all set?
No, sir. I was going to ask for a minute to caucus, but I think we're all set even there.
Well, I'm gonna give 2 minutes to caucus. So if staff could put the clock up, and we'll take a 2-minute caucus. Okay, has everybody finalized their caucuses? Ready to vote? Tony, are you ready for show of hands?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
Just waiting for the hands to settle for a sec. Okay. Rhode Island, Connecticut, Delaware, New York, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Massachusetts, Maine, Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina.
Okay, I'll clear the hands. All those in opposition to the motion?
I have Virginia, New Jersey, Maryland, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission.
Great, thank you. And abstentions? NOAA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service? And do we have any null votes?
I see no no votes. No votes.
And you have a tally?
Yes. 12 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions, 0 nulls.
That's what I have as well.
So the motion to remand passes 12 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions, and no null votes. The motion passes. Thank you very much. There was some conversations that have been brought up in regards to Whether the species board will be joint or not, it seems to me the Mid-Atlantic Council chairman has made a statement that they would not be readdressing this. I think at this point it will have to be made. Determination will have to be made by leadership, including the chairman of the Black Sea Bass Board, on determining whether we do want to have further conversations around the joint meeting or not. I will take a few comments on this, but considering the time, we need to keep this brief. I've got Adam Nowalski, Richie White, and then Mike Luisi.
Great, thanks very much. So now that this passed in referencing 3.1.1, while the vote was being taken, I was just looking back at our February meeting materials on the ISFMP website, and 3.1 was broken down into A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. I just wanted to get, again, as board chair, an understanding from staff which of these A, B, C, D, E, F, and Gs are now in play for the board to take up. And I think that's also potentially important with regards to how this interacts with the Mid-Atlantic Council.
Thanks, Adam. Tony or Bob?
Tony, I wish you'd answer, but you didn't, so I'll give it a shot.
My
We're both trying to wait out each other.
Yeah, they're probably scrambling to open the document, would be my guess.
Yeah, I don't have it open right now, but you know, Adam, I think anything that falls under section 3.1.1, baseline quota allocations is, you know, part of the conversation that the species board can have when they get together to address this remanded issue.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to find here. Again, there's the 3.1 and things were broken down A through G. So again, I'm just trying to identify what staff is referring to here as 3.1.1.
If all, you know, all those sub options A through G are under 3.1.1 and based on the wording of the motion, not, you know, I don't consider this a staff interpretation, but based on the wording of the motion, I think all of those are available for discussion.
Well, again, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Bob, is that they're labeled as 3.1 here. I'm trying to find in our February document what was 3.1.1, and I'm not finding it unless I downloaded the wrong link here from the meeting materials from February.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah,
I know that we, you know, one of the complexities here was that we went ahead and had the new sub option, or the new option that was introduced, because originally we were slated to take final action in December. We did not take final action in December. There was a new option brought forward. That was then what we came out with. So I'm just trying to find out if that was one of the revised versions as a supplemental version. Again, I just think it's really important. The council's going to have to figure out what to do here. The service is going to have a decision to make. So I just want to make sure that everybody's leaving here not looking back at our meeting materials, unclear what 3.1.1 is if it's not in the meeting materials from February.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can help, and I apologize. The construction next door has really ramped up, so
we can hear you fine though, Tony. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Adam, the 3.1.1 is specifically referencing the final document that was approved, and so that section is addressing the baseline quotas. So it's what is in game is making changes to the baseline quota itself. So how we adjust that. So whether or not you give an increase to New York's baseline quota.
All right, I'll just ask if staff could forward what that final version that's being submitted to the service would be, again, because I don't have that specific language here, I'd appreciate your going ahead and being able to pass that on with the final implementation of the document. Thank you.
And Adam, just as a reference, I'll send you the final addendum, but it also was on meeting materials.
Great, thank you, Tony. I've got Mike Luis's hand up. Mike, as Mid-Atlantic Council Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate you recognizing me. I'm not part of the I'm not on the policy board, but I think given the joint nature of this management board with the Mid-Atlantic Council, I just wanted to offer that I think it would be beneficial. It may have been said before, I was in and out a little bit of the conversation, but I think that we could probably, I would prefer, and this is an ask of me to you, Mr. Chairman, that we convene, leadership to decide what this is going to look like. I think folks from Garfo, leadership of the council, leadership of the commission, and even the maybe some attorneys, John Almeida from who's our council attorney. Maybe we try to put together some kind of discussion or some kind of call in the next week or two to just play this out and see what could happen as a result of these actions today. I although my state of Maryland did not support these actions, I'm appreciative of the board's action here, and we just need to work through it. But I'd like to have, because I'm going to get lots of phone calls, and I would like to be able to speak with leadership to figure out kind of how this is going to play out over the next few months before our August meeting.
Thank you for that, Mike. Commission leadership will continue to have discussions in regard to what the next step would be. And as I said, we'd bring in the species board chair to make that determination, and we may reach out. I mean, you made a statement earlier that the Mid-Atlantic would not be reconsidering this. So it seems now that I don't know if you're saying that they may reconsider or not, but that earlier comment was, I think, pretty clear, at least clear to the board chair, to the policy board. So.
No, I appreciate that, Pat. And if I can just mention, I was speaking on behalf of council leadership that our plan is to move forward with what was decided at the previous discussion based on the council. So I don't anticipate change. I don't anticipate the council taking this issue back up. And Mr. Pentney, in his comments earlier, was very clear that depending on what happens here at the board, he has every intent, or has an intent, to possibly disapprove the council's inclusion of the state by the state allocations in the federal FMP if there were going to be changes that were made. I don't want to put words in Mike's mouth, but that's how I heard it. So I just think we need to be part of the discussion. This is a board action, and I totally appreciate that. And I've worked with Adam, and I'm part of the board, so I plan to be included in that. But I just would like, for question's sake and for communication with the public, I think we need to come up with a path forward and figure out how that's going to look. So I'll stop there. I know we're way over time, but I just wanted to offer that before we move on. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, Mike. As I said, commission leadership will have further conversations along with the species board chair, and then would be in contact accordingly. So, Eric Reed, last comment on this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So given the last conversation and earlier conversations about who's going to do what, and this is the formal nature of this conversation for the last couple hours, I would strongly suggest that the policy board send a letter to the Mid-Atlantic and to the service explaining exactly what we have done and what our position is. So that way it's clear and there's an administrative record instead of us just talking back and forth. And if that's necessary and if people think that that's worthwhile, I'm more than happy to make that motion.
Eric, the idea would be a letter that would state what has transpired up until this date, or are you thinking that we would do it after the Species Management Board also met?
Well, I'm honestly, we've started the ball rolling backwards or forwards. I guess that's up to you, Mr. Chair. But I think at this point, you know, I'm hearing we're going to have conversations between leadership and we're going to bring in lawyers, and that always means you got to have your record very clear. So I would say we would do it as of today's action.
Yeah, I appreciate that thought, and I would ask Bob or others to weigh in, but I think we have what has transpired very clearly on the record from today. I would say, and Garfo is certainly through the regional administrator has heard all of these conversations and comments as well as the Mid-Atlantic chair. So I feel like we are covered, but I'd like to hear from Bob and others if they feel like they would like a stronger administrative record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, looking back at the appeals process document, one of the outputs of this meeting will be a summary of the meeting that's provided to the policy board as well as the species management board that describes what happened and what the obligation of the species management board is. So I think, you know, maybe we can put a short cover letter on that meeting summary, which will provide a lot of the information that Eric is asking for. So, you know, we're obligated to pull together that summary, and we can share that with the Mid-Atlantic Council and Garfo, and that'll probably cover most of the bases of what Mr. Reed's asking for.
Great, that's a good reminder, Bob. I'd forgotten about that additional information that's to be pulled together. Mr. Reed, does that satisfy your interest there?
Yeah, that's fine with me, Mr. Chairman. It's really up to you guys. That's the way I see it. You know, we got to cover our collective backside as a commission.
Great. Appreciate that. I'm going to take that as the last comment on this issue. I very much appreciate the attention of the policy board on this appeal. It's been a long time since an appeal has reached the policy board. There's a lot of new members, new faces around the table. But I appreciate everybody's time and attention to this matter today. And we will finalize the record, and we will have further conversations around the interplay between the council, the species board and the council. So thank you very much. And moving right along, we're going to go to item number 6, the de minimis conversation within the commission in the fisheries management plan. So I'm going to recognize Tony Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I'm just going to go ahead and start while Maya gets the PowerPoint up. In your briefing materials, there was a white paper-ish, a discussion document on de minimis within the commission fishery management plans. And this has come up a couple of times many years ago, and then within the past couple of years at the management board level as well as the policy board level about the inconsistency in de minimis within the different species FMPs. So the commission charter includes a definition of de minimis and the requirements to include de minimis provisions in each of the commission's FMPs. I'm not going to read the definition. I will say that we do have a couple of FMPs that do not have de minimis in them, and those are specifically the jointly managed species. And I believe that the rationale for that is that when the joint plans were approved, the de minimis sections were not approved by NOAA Fisheries in the end, and so therefore they didn't carry forward in the FMPs. And I failed to say in the meeting materials, there is a spreadsheet of all of the different species FMPs, how the plan qualifies de minimis, as well as to what fisheries de minimis applies to. And next slide, Maya. And in those, in that spreadsheet, you'll see that there is not consistent requirements for qualifying. The data requirements can vary for 1 year of a species landings, an average of multiple years. The landings have to be less than a certain percentage of the coast-wide harvest. It could be 1%, it might be 2%, it might be a set specific value. The de minimis provision can apply in some plans to only recreational or only commercial. In some plans, it's both. And then within the plans, once the state is granted the de minimis status, most plans don't actually state what it means to that state in terms of what do they get out of. Is it that they're getting out of biological data requirements? Are they getting out of actual management measure requirements? In most cases, the board has to specify when they grant that state the de minimis status, what they're actually getting out of. And oftentimes that is not made clear when the board is approving FMP reviews and de minimis status. So in the previous discussions that the policy board had several years ago, there was a robust discussion around the balance between standardization across FMPs and the flexibility for the different species management boards in developing de minimis provisions. The policy board never really came to a final decision on how to do that, but some of the questions that they asked is, should de minimis apply across all of the fisheries, meaning commercial, recreational, or both? Should this apply consistently across all of the plans? And then if the policy board were to make a decision on de minimis, then how would that decision be implemented? Would there be a broad policy that modified the de minimis provisions within all of the FMPs, or would each species board have to consider modifications to through amendments or addendas as they are developed in that plan? Next slide, Maya. So for today's discussion, we're looking for some direction to how we want to make these changes. So if we do want to have these broad change decisions for the de minimis provisions, then as I had said before, is it a broad policy? Is it uniform measures? Or does the board want to have flexibility in the guidelines so that each species board can make specific requirements within their plans? And then how do we implement that? And I'll take questions from there.
Thanks, Tony. Any question for Tony on the de minimis? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands go up. So staff does need some direction on this. Doug, there's Doug's hand. I was waiting for Doug to jump in. I've got Doug and then Jason Mackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It wasn't that I didn't have a comment. I just didn't have a question for Tony.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Yeah. So I do appreciate the policy board taking this back up. I know I've been asking for it for a while. I am truly a little disappointed that we're having to follow the black sea bass discussion, because I think everybody's pretty tired from that. And I do believe that de minimis needs as healthy and robust a discussion as perhaps black sea bass just had. You know, coming from a small state that has an interest in about 15 of the fishery management plans, we're currently de minimis in over half of those plans. And it's not so much, or in every case, that we don't have the fish. It's that Georgia had the foresight in the 50s to limit its commercial activity and the commercial gear used, and therefore we've never had developed commercial fisheries for a lot of our fisheries. That said, I would have initially read, you know, the definition for de minimis and the discussions over multiple meetings in the past would have said that there's enough in the definition that we don't need to do anything. That you know, if a state is de minimis, then whatever it does is insignificant to the overall conservation of the species. But bluefish in particular caught me by surprise when we were being asked to do things that I felt like weren't necessary, and then tack onto that cobia, where we required de minimis states to the north to be so restrictive as they could only land one fish. And it got me thinking maybe this policy needs to be addressed on a coast-wide, on a plan-wide basis. Because as Tony said, you do have plans that have 0.1%, 1%, 2 years, 1 year, 3 year rolling average. And so I just think it's confusing and needs the attention of the policy board. And I'll leave my comments there for the moment and give somebody else an opportunity.
Pat, if you're talking, you're muted.
Thank you. I get one of those a day, I think, Tony. Doug, I'm cognizant of your comment early on in that we did just come through a fairly lengthy conversation about black sea bass, and I certainly would not be opposed to putting this on an agenda in the future if folks think that's what we need. But let's take a few more questions before we get to that point. See if we can get any additional focus that can give staff some direction. I've got Dan McKernan, Jason McNamee, and then Chris Bat-Savage.
Thank you, Pat. So I think flexibility is needed on a species by species basis. When I think about the issue of de minimis, I think about the administrative burden on the agency to either enact rules to prevent loopholes for like interstate commerce, or for landing in a state that maybe product was caught in another state and then landed in a different state because of the lack of regulations if de minimis exempted that state. Then there's the biological sampling, which I think that the TC could probably come in and say, yeah, it's so small, you know, that particular state doesn't need to chase down a tiny fishery for biological samples. So I'm in favor of the flexible model where, because each of these species has kind of a different element regarding the degree of interstate commerce, the degree of loopholes that could be created, and then the particular biological sampling mandates.
Thanks for those comments, Dan. Jason McNamee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'll just try to be funny and say I think Doug referred to his state as a small state, so I'm not sure where that leaves Rhode Island. But in any case, I think I end up somewhere in between Doug and Dan in that I would appreciate some. I think there are elements of the de minimis provision that could be consistent. For instance, can we have one, you know, single qualifying proportion, you know, that 1% or whatever. So I think there can be some high level elements of the de minimis provision that is consistent across all of the FMPs. But then I do agree with Dan. I think there are foibles within each plan, but we should try and keep those, you know, minimized to the extent possible. Maybe have them focus on certain elements, biosamples, reporting, you know, that sort of thing. So I think setting some high-level criteria consistently is a good idea, and allowing for some flexibility to enhance that in the FMP, as long as it doesn't completely undo the whole point of trying to get some consistency into the provision. I'd be open to that. So I think it deserves a look. I'm in agreement on that.
Okay, thank you, Jason. I've got Chris Bat-Savage and then Roy Miller.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Similar comments to Jason's. You know, agreed that there needs to be some flexibility and specificity in de minimis for the different FMPs. I think there could be some consistency along, what do states need to do as far as reporting and biological sampling if they're declared de minimis across the FMPs. Maybe looking at number of years to determine whether or not a state qualifies as de minimis. The percentages in terms of that of defining de minimis that might need to be at the FMP level. I just remember with cobia that we have different percent landings differences because of very different. It would mean very different things if we had the same percent for commercial and recreational. I like the idea of having separate de minimis qualifications for commercial and recreational fisheries. And I do like the fact that states have to implement measures, management measures if they're de minimis, especially on the recreational side, where you look at uncertainty in MRIP estimates, especially as species move around, they become rare event species that are always hard to capture in MRIP. I think just not exempting a state from any regulations could be a dangerous thing. If the fish are being caught there, but they just aren't showing up in MRIP. So anyway, just kind of some thoughts to add to what Jason and Dan said about this. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Roy Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I agree with the three previous speakers. We may want to give some consideration to whether a stock is overfished and overfishing is occurring when we use that board flexibility to decide on specifics for de minimis. But basically, I'm in agreement with the speakers thus far. Thanks.
Great. Cherie Patterson. Cherie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also agree with the states that have, or the individuals that have already spoken. I think that each board needs flexibility to develop de minimis requirements. Species are different, fisheries are different. I think flexibility is definitely needed. I don't see a problem with having a broad policy drafted that kind of defines de minimis and options available to consider, but not restricted to, in case some species management boards just overlook something. They can look at this guidance policy for guidance. But I think once you get down to specificity, it needs to be on a management board level. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherie. I think we have kind of a very wide range of options and opinions here now. I think one of the key themes seems to be the whole idea of flexibility around de minimis. I guess at this point in time, what I could ask is the speakers who just chimed in with these opinions, maybe if it's all right with you, would you be willing to get on a call and talk through those ideas, talk about this policy concept that Cherie just mentioned, working with Doug to see if there is a way to come together on these particular issues. And then we will have we could have some additional conversations if you guys recorded back to the executive committee, and then maybe we could bring something as a final policy back to the policy board at the summer meeting. Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly willing to do that. And, I had offered a motion to Tony earlier. Of course, I'm not going to offer a motion now, but it's certainly a starting place that I could send to the other speakers just now to get that conversation rolling. I guess this is just short of a work group, not quite a work group.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, I think we could keep it pretty organic. Maybe Dan, Jason, Chris, Roy, if he's interested, and yourself. If others are interested, could raise your hand and join the call. But then we could, after that conversation, we could have further conversations with the executive committee prior to the summer meeting. Is there any objections to that approach? I'm not seeing any hands, so let's consider that the final decision on how we'll move forward with this issue of de minimis and see if we can't bring some of these thoughts and ideas a little closer together for a final policy. So with that, I'm going to move right along to the next agenda item, which is East Coast climate change scenario planning. Tony Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maya, this is presentation number 3. And I'll get started. And I recognize that some folks have already seen this presentation at the Mid-Atlantic Council as well as the New England Council, and I apologize. For those of you that have to hear this presentation again, maybe you can get yourself another cup of coffee.
Hey, Tony, let me just jump in real quick. Is there any members of the policy board that are really have a time constraint here today? It's 11:50, and that's when we plan to adjourn. If there is, we could potentially move one or two of these items off to a future meeting. But Doug, go ahead.
Well, I was just responding that yes, I do have a hard time constraint of noon. I have to get on the road at 12 o'clock.
Okay. We could always follow. Is there any other members of the policy board, or can we push through and finalize the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, if we need to, we can. I don't think that for sure. I can tell you at least one agenda item that's not urgent. The PRT recommendation discussion could be pushed off to a later date.
Okay. I do have a couple requests for a very short break right now. If that's the case, if we're going to push through the rest of these, Doug, if we could just follow up with you, or you could follow up with staff on any of the other items since you've got a hard stop. But why don't we take a 5-minute break right now and then just finish the agenda, if that's okay.
And Doug, just as a FYI, you'll get this presentation. The South Atlantic Council will get this presentation. I'm not sure if you'll sit on that or not, but that is the plan.
Okay.
In June.
Thank you, Tony, and we'll talk next week. Thank you.
Okay.
Why don't we come back? Why don't we come back to the table? Why don't we just say noontime? We'll be back at the table, and then we'll finalize all the other items on the agenda. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Adam, I unmuted you.
Thanks very much, Tony.
Thanks. Thanks for the heads up on the new device.
And thanks for the follow-up. I apologize that 3.1.1 confusion, but hopefully my email give you the information you need to try to answer that question completely. And again, no rush on that, but thanks again for your help before.
Okay, no problem, Adam. Will do.
Okay, it is now noon. Hopefully everybody is back. And Tony, I'm gonna give you back over the floor for the climate change scenario planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just going back to my presentation. Okay. All right. So during the 2021 priority, 2021 priorities discussion that the Commission had, we agreed to work with our East Coast partners to support discussions about impacts of climate change on fishery resources and fisheries management in our region, and identify different strategies and management approaches we can use to effectively address these potential impacts. And we agreed to do this through this East Coast climate change scenario planning initiative that was started up via the Northeast Regional Coordinating Council, or the NRCC. Next slide, please, Maya. This is an update to the Commission on this East Coast Climate Change Scenario Planning Initiative. It's an informational update with no action needed at the end of the day. Any feedback that the Commission or individuals have is greatly appreciated. And I'll recap the NRCC's initiation of the project, give a brief review of scenario planning itself. I myself did not know about scenario planning until we started this process, and I'll give an overview of the draft proposed processes and touch on next steps. I just want to reiterate that all of these processes are draft and will have to have approval by the NRCC. The NRCC first agreed to explore scenario planning in late 2019 to address governance issues related to shifting stocks and climate change. At that meeting, they agreed to form a working group to further explore and plan for a potential process The group was formed in early 2022 with staff representatives from each of the member organizations as well as the South Atlantic Council. For those that are not totally familiar with the NRCC, that includes the New England Council, Mid-Atlantic Council, GARFO, the Northeast Fisheries Science Center, as well as the Commission. The NRCC met to review the working group recommendations in July of 2020, decided to go back to each organization for further clarity on organizational priorities and available resources to participate. The NRCC met again in November of 2020 to revisit the working group recommendations and agreed to move forward with the East Coast Initiative with all member organizations plus the South Atlantic Council participating. And for this process, the NRCC, with the addition of the South Atlantic Council representative, will serve as the primary decision-making body, although that'll be further discussed later, will regularly update and involve both the councils and the commissions as well as their stakeholders. Next slide, please, Maya. So what is scenario planning? It's a tool that managers can use to test decisions or develop strategy in context to uncontrollable and uncertain environmental, social, political, economic, or technical factors. A few slides with a review of what scenario planning is. The Commission has not discussed this topic in too much detail in the past, so there's a brief overview of scenario planning at I think we gave it like 2 meetings ago when we discussed the Commission priorities, but I'll review some of that information today. Scenario planning has a long history with applications in the military as well as the fossil fuel industry, but in recent years it's become clear that it's a tool that lends itself to well in the natural resource planning in the face of climate change. There's so many factors that are both unpredictable and outside of our control in the context of natural resource management, particularly related to climate change and changing social political environments. Next slide, please, Maya. Scenario planning is essentially the creation of a set of stories or scenarios under different assumptions of future conditions that can help inform our planning and strategy today. It's designed to provide a structured process for managers to explore and describe multiple plausible futures and to consider how to best adapt and respond to them. The scenarios are created in response to a focal question developed based on a major strategic challenge faced by a group or an organization. This allows for explicit consideration of the uncertainty in future conditions. However, it's not a tool for predicting or forecasting. It allows us to think about the plausible combinations of future conditions in a qualitative way. The process does not have to be data intensive and it does not include quantitative projections. Next slide, please, Maya. So how is scenario planning used? Managers can use the resulting scenarios to strategize and prioritize for the future, including by identifying near-term actions to take now or to avoid now. That would allow for adapting to different plausible future conditions. So specifically, it's helpful to think about actions that could be taken now that are likely to be beneficial under a range of future conditions. It's also helpful to identify actions to avoid that may reduce flexibility or increase the difficulty of adapting to future conditions. Scenario planning can also provide insights into data gaps and monitoring needs for changing conditions. Next slide, Maya. So what are the benefits? First, scenario planning helps managers and stakeholders apply their underlying assumptions and perceptions about future conditions, which may vary among different groups. It reduces the tendency for managers to become overconfident in their expectations of future conditions, too focused on a limited view of the future, or paralyzed by uncertainty that the future holds. Scenario thinking also provides a way to organize complex information about changing conditions and stimulates creative and innovative thinking about how to prepare for those changes. Next slide, please. So in terms of how the scenarios are developed, this is also done at a workshop or some other participatory format. There are several methods for creating scenarios, but a typical and relatively simple method is using a 2x2 matrix. This method considers two different critical and uncertain driving forces that present a spectrum of uncertainty. Ideally, these uncertainties are from separate categories of drivers, such as one social, political, and one ecological. Overlapping these two spectrums of uncertainty produces a matrix with 4 quadrants and 4 possible scenarios. The resulting scenarios in each of the quadrants are then intended to be plausible, relevant, challenging, and divergent. Next slide, please, Maya. So for scenario planning overview, that's sort of a basic recap. It's likely what we'll have some more thorough introduction to as we move forward in this scenario planning process with the NRCC. But if anybody's interested, there are additional resources that are linked to the meeting materials in the memo that was sent out to the policy board earlier. And there is also a website that the Mid-Atlantic Council has created on their website specific to our initiative through the NRCC. And in addition to that, there is a scenario planning that is getting close to its conclusion that is being done through the Pacific Council. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more about the specifics of the plan for this East Coast process, starting with the core team. The core team for this process has been appointed by the NRCC and will serve as the primary technical team working in coordination with the facilitator to conduct the research, planning, coordination, and producing all the materials for the various points in the process. It's similar to a plan development team in the commission's process. So far, the core team has met twice. The first meeting was on March 11th, and a summary of that meeting was in the meeting materials. Our second meeting was just last Friday, so we have not produced a summary of that meeting. And you'll see a list of all the representatives on the core team. We're hoping that we can add some additional expertise from NOAA headquarters, as well as the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. I am the commission's representative on the core team. In terms of facilitation, the NRCC and the core team were both supportive of hiring an experienced facilitator to guide us through this process. I think very few of us have actually gone through a scenario planning process before, and having an expert to lead us would be quite beneficial. The facilitator would be responsible for a lot of the planning and coordination with the core team, as well as preparation for and facilitation of meetings, workshops relevant to the initiative. We are in the process of finalizing a contractor for a facilitator as we speak, and we hope that it'll be finalized soon. And the funding for the facilitator is being provided by the Nature Conservancy, and each member organization will be providing resources for staff and member participation. Next slide, please, Maya. So the objectives and the focal question for the process. One of the first big steps in the process will be defining the objectives and focal question of the scenario planning initiative more specifically. The general topic identified by the NRCC is management and governance issues related to climate-driven changes in fisheries, particularly changing stock distribution. It'll be very helpful to identify more specifically exactly what question we're trying to address in order to get useful stakeholder input and to design scenarios that will really be helpful to all of our organizations in thinking about long-term strategies and priorities related to climate-driven changes in fisheries. The specific objectives and questions will be further developed by the core team, the facilitator, as well as the NRCC. At our core team meetings, we discussed that we could develop draft objectives for consideration by the NRCC, but also recommended that even after the NRCC reviews them, that we leave those objectives as drafts through the public scoping process to get feedback from each organization and their stakeholders on specific objectives of this process. We want to make sure that there is enough flexibility as possible. Another element that we expect to clarify in the initial stages of this process are the expected outcomes and applications of this process. We know that scenario planning has a lot of potential benefits, but we want to be clear about exactly what we expect to get out of the process for the benefits of all of the participants. The core team is going to work with the facilitator and the NRCC to further clarify the specific expected outcomes and benefits of the process as they are applied across the East Coast. But some of the possibilities can include a list of near-term and long-term broad management priorities that are robust to future conditions, as well as a list of actions to avoid that reduce flexibility to adapt. Given the scale of this initiative, these are likely to be broad strategic goals and not likely to be specific FMP level proposed management changes, although some of the strategies can be more applicable to some FMPs than others. Next slide, Maya. So this slide summarizes the general tentative plan for the structure and participation in the process, but this could be subject to change and is still under discussion by the core team and the NRCC. As I previously mentioned, the NRCC plus the South Atlantic representatives will serve as the primary decision-making body, given the complexity and number and scope of different participating organizations. We do expect to regularly update the commission and councils and seek feedback through each respective organization's process, and expect some level of involvement of each of the management bodies and their stakeholders, particularly during scoping and during the planned workshops. The core team has discussed the logistics of potentially involving our advisory bodies, such as advisory panels, technical committees, SSCs, and it's something that may be especially beneficial during the early stages of the process of, in particular, scoping. But given the number of organizations and the number of advisory bodies, we're going to have to think carefully how to balance these inputs with the logistical complexities. In terms of stakeholder input involvement, this is also something we're still trying to strategize and we'll discuss further with the NRCC. But the level of involvement is likely to have to will likely have to vary throughout the process given the scale of the initiative. We're hoping to get a very broad input at the outset during scoping, but then for later stages, particularly in the scenario development workshops, we're likely to have to limit participation to have a productive scenario development process. It's not clear at this point how we will do that, but we'll need to aim for a balanced representation amongst the management groups, the stakeholder interest, as well as along the entire East Coast. Next slide, please. Now I'll touch on the proposed process for the initiative, which is based on the NRCC work group recommendations from last summer, which will follow the process outlined in the National Parks Handbook and the recent NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service publication on scenario planning for fisheries managers. And again, while the NRCC has seen a lot of this proposed process in terms of the working group recommendations, we're aiming to have a more focused discussion with the NRCC in May about whether this is the process that they want to develop and adopt. So this is still tentative at this point. Broadly, the proposed plan is to start with public scoping, followed by 2 workshops. One workshop for building scenarios, and a second workshop to discuss the implications and applications of the scenarios. Next slide, please, Maya. The draft proposed process is a six-phase process that would tentatively extend from now until next summer. This is a very aggressive timeframe and will not begin in earnest until we have a facilitator finalized and that the NRCC approves the overall process that's being recommended in May. Things could also move slower than expected with so many organizations involved. The first phase is orientation, which is where we are now. This is where the project objectives are established, as well as the process and structure for scenario planning initiatives. We have a core team. We're in the process of hiring the facilitator, and then we'll plan for scoping in this phase. We hope to transition in early 2020 for scoping. For phase 2 is where we conduct a structured outreach program to gather stakeholder perspectives on key uncertainties, driving changes in East Coast fisheries, as well as feedback on the project objectives. This would be expected to occur this summer. One thing that the core team emphasized regarding scoping is the importance of taking our time and planning a well thought out process where those that are commenting are well informed on scenario planning. So it takes education of all of the stakeholders to understand the scenario planning process. For phase 3, this is exploration, which involves identifying and analyzing a list of key uncertainties driving change in East Coast fisheries in preparation for the first workshop. This would be informed by the scoping comments as well as potentially additional discussions with managers and experts. This phase would tentatively be conducted in the fall of this year. Phase 4 is the synthesis, which is the primary scenario building phase and would involve a workshop with stakeholders to build out draft scenarios for East Coast fisheries. This has been discussed as potentially occurring in late 2021, possibly November. After the workshop, the details of the scenarios will be further described and validated. Phase 5 would follow the scenario development and could involve one or more workshops to discuss the implications of scenarios and to come up with management responses and recommendations. In other words, to discuss what we do with the insights gained from the scenario development process. The last phase, phase 6, is monitoring, which depending on the outcomes of the previous phases could be ongoing beyond 2022. The phase of identifying a plan for monitoring would be expected to wrap up along with any final products from the initiative by the summer of 2022. So as I had said before, some of you have seen this presentation. The South Atlantic Council will receive this presentation in June. We're going to present this process to the NRCC in May and continue to hold core team meetings to start working on the scoping process. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for my presentation, and I'm looking for any feedback that the commissioners have on, the process itself, whether or not you feel that this is the appropriate way to move forward with scenario planning, if any input on ideas for goals and objectives is also welcome.
Thank you, Tony. Members of the policy board for questions for Tony. Will not see John Clark. John Clark and then Bill Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony, you mentioned that the Pacific Council, I believe it was, has already done this. Have the output of this scenario planning been used in management there, or are they planning to? I mean, what kind of separates this from a standard kind of planning exercise that, not to be cynical, but a lot of times they just end up, making recommendations that are ignored.
That's a fair point to make, John. For as far as I know, and I don't know if Kylie is on our webinar or not, but as far as I know, they're in the wrapping up process of making their final recommendations, and then those recommendations would be then, applied to different fishery management plans. As I said before, the outcomes of the scenario planning are not measures for the plans, but concepts and ideas of how to implement different types of measures.
Great, thanks. Bill Anderson's next on the list.
Thank you, Pat. I appreciate it. And Tony, great, well done. Not a question, but a comment. And unfortunately, I think this comment may throw a level of complexity into all of this. But Ellen Boland and I had a chance earlier this week to speak to the opening plenary session of the Mid-Atlantic Committee on the Ocean. That's New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and the tribal nations in those states. And as you might imagine, this topic is a top issue for them. And I know that, for example, the coastal zone management programs in each state are tasked with activities here, as are the climate change organizations in each state. The one thing that's bothering me a little bit. Oh, and by the way, the folks representing New York, New Jersey, and Delaware, unlike Maryland and Virginia, did not have a fisheries person on that organization or in that open session earlier the week. New York was represented by NYSERDA, New Jersey and Delaware, I think, by their environmental folks. But it kind of leads to my point. With the this thing is such an important issue to the administration. It is going to get an awful lot of people coming out of the woodwork to position themselves and try to drive the agenda. I'm a little concerned that it sounds like you guys on the fisheries side are well coordinated. What happens with all these other organizations along the Atlantic coast that are going to be potentially looking at different data, different assumptions, and maybe different outcomes? I just present that as something to think about, Tony. This is so big. I'm concerned that mixed messages from various organizations will really confuse the heck out of the public. And I don't know if there's a way to coordinate even beyond this fisheries group you put together to make sure this overall effort by the administration is very consistent in the base data and assumptions that every one of these various organizations are using. I know it's a monumental task, Tony, but I keep that in the back of your mind as you're working through this. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Bill. Tony, you want to reply to any of that?
Bill, I think, I understand that concern, and, in this initiative, I can't imagine that all the different concepts of ocean use and ocean planning will not come up in the scoping. If it doesn't come up in the scoping, I would be shocked, right? And so those concepts will have to be worked into the workshops. And I'll bring up this concern with the NRCC about the overlapping groups that are addressing these issues, but in different ways, and probably thinking about the data in different ways, and how we can try to incorporate those groups, or to not have as many conflicting maybe outcomes between the different groups, or at least to consider that.
Well, thanks, Tony. I know you use it in the appropriate fashion for whatever it's worth. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Bill. John Clark, your hand's back up.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I forgot to put it down. Sorry.
No worries. Any other members of the policy board that have any questions or comments? Not seeing any. Spud Woodward.
Ain't got it by mistake there, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
No worries, no worries. Any other policy board members? Seeing none. I see Julie Evans' hand is up. I'm not going to call on you, Julie. This is a preliminary conversation with the policy board, but if you have thoughts, I would invite you to send an email in through to staff, and we could try to get back to you on that. I think we're kind of crunched for time here. Tony, I think on this issue, it's been a long day. I would invite members of the policy board who do have thoughts in regards to scenario planning to continue to raise them with staff, or if appropriate, we can have further conversations through the executive committee. It is a process that's moving forward, and to Bill Anderson's point, that there is a lot of other people who are looking at the issues around climate and making plans, whether it's at the state level, regional level, or the national level. So I think associated with that, some of you may be aware now, but the Biden administration today announced some of the processes they'll use for the 3030 initiative. So keep an eye on your inbox for that. So that'll likely add a whole other layer of complexities to some of these conversations. So with that, Tony, unless you have any parting comments, I'm going to move on to the next agenda item.
That sounds good, Mr. Chair.
And that next agenda item is also yours to discuss board process of approving fisheries management plan reviews and recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the last of the Tony show today. Maya, you can pull up my presentation, please. This presentation is much shorter, I promise, and I'll try to keep this discussion brief. We can go to the second slide, Maya. It was requested that we discuss how we approve or not approve the plan review team recommendations that come within the annual FMP reviews. Each FMP review has a series of plan review team recommendations. They often vary by species. Sometimes the plan review team recommendations focus just on management or policy issues, while others can also include research or science-focused recommendations. Sometimes in the FMP reviews, the recommendations that come out of the stock assessment get blended in with the PRT recommendations. The recommendations are often not specifically addressed by the management boards. There was a question to staff after an FMP review had been approved, whether or not that automatically put in motion the recommendations of the plan review team. It does not, unless a board specifically tasks a group or item to address a plan review team recommendation, action is not taken on that recommendation. A board member requested that staff bring forward some considerations to the policy board on how we could better address the PRT recommendations. So staff put forward a series of ideas for the policy board to consider. Within the FMP review, the PRT recommendations can be limited to just policy and management issues. There could be science implications to those policy issues, but they shouldn't be a continuation of the assessment recommendations. Those research recommendations could be a separate section within the FMP review, so it's still front and center and available for folks to have, but not within the PRT recommendations, and that they would just be limited. The recommendations could be prioritized and limited to a reasonable number that the board could address in one meeting. And this recognizes that if you get 10 recommendations from the PRT, that would be a lot to try to tackle at one time. And so maybe, it's up to the board to determine what a reasonable number might be, but maybe it's, 3 to 5 recommendations. And then the board should consider those recommendations during the meeting that the annual FMP review is taken up by the management board. And it's not necessarily that the management board has to take action on each of the recommendations. The board could task a committee to look into something. They could defer action or defer taking up the issue until a later time, or they could reject the recommendation altogether. And then that could be noted in the FMP review so that the board doesn't have to continually look at a recommendation year after year after year. So those are my presentation. I'll take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Tony. Any questions for Tony? Great. Oh, I lost you, Sheree. If you're talking, Sheree, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was just getting trigger happy. I'm good.
Everybody's getting trigger happy now. Any additional questions or any questions for Tony on this issue? Great. I realize the hour is getting long here. We've had a full plate today. I again would suggest if you, after the meeting ends, if you have any thoughts or questions that come up, just to reach out to Tony directly. So that concludes the Tony Kern show here today. So we're going to move on to agenda item number 9, which is an update on the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council Research Steering Committee to evaluate restart the research set-aside program, and that is Bob Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can go pretty quickly through this. For everyone that's involved in Mid-Atlantic Council and has been around for a little while, you remember there was a research set-aside program that the Mid-Atlantic Council and as well as ASMSC had administered a number of years ago. It allowed for up to 3% of the quota to be set aside for summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, bluefish, dogfish, and a number of other species that are solely managed by the Mid-Atlantic Council and not ASMSC. And that program went along pretty well for a while and funded a lot of good research, including the NEMAP survey for a while. However, there were a number of enforcement issues with that, and based on the number of infractions and problems with enforcement, that program was discontinued, I don't know, 5 years ago or so, and hasn't been functional since then. The Mid-Atlantic Council has reinitiated the conversations to restart the research set-aside program, and it's being run through the research steering committee at the Mid-Atlantic Council. Unfortunately, Adam Nowalski is the chair of that committee, so he's on here and he can correct anything that I say that is wrong. Even though the research steering committee is driving this conversation, Adam and the rest of the members of the group have been very accommodating and recognize that the state involvement is very important here. The commission needs to agree to the same set asides as the Mid-Atlantic so that we keep the overall quotas consistent, and the enforcement issues obviously happen, a lot of them at the state levels, as well as a number of permitting and potentially experimental fishing permits and other things that happen at the state level. So getting the states involved is critically important in this. The idea of this agenda item really is just to let everyone know this conversation has been started at the Mid-Atlantic Council, and I think I'm working off the most recent document. Adam, let me know if I'm not, but the plan is to have 3 webinars and 1 in-person workshop. The webinars will start this summer, and the in-person workshop will take place hopefully late fall of this calendar year. So, and on the list of invitees for these workshops, webinars, as well as a face-to-face workshop, is commission staff as well as administrative commissioners, and I think other commissioners can participate as well in these workshops. But the idea is just, if and when this program is restarted, what does it look like, and how do we deal with all the problems that had occurred in the past? As I said, the concept was great. Set aside a little bit of the quota to support fisheries research for those important species. However, the execution lacked a little bit of detail, and there were some problems with some folks that were gaming the system, we'll say. But so that's the update. We can, or I can keep the members of the policy board updated as these webinars get planned, and folks can listen in and or participate. But I just, the idea is just to give an update and let everyone know that this is occurring, and stay tuned. We'll give you more details as they come around. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that's my update. And Adam probably has a lot more details than I do. If you would like to share any, that would probably be a good idea as well.
Yeah, Adam, why don't you go ahead, please? Oh, we got some technical difficulties.
Hold on. Adam was disconnected. I'm sending him his audio pin.
While we're waiting for that, Dan McKernan, why don't you go ahead?
I look forward to these conversations in the future. We had some real heartburn up in Massachusetts on this, and for a couple of reasons. Bob, you referred to it as enforcement issues, but there was also something as simple as enforcement burden, where it was a burden on our law enforcement officers to have to be monitoring and checking in on these vessels with these experimental exempted fisheries permits. And all these decisions were being made through the auction process, and we weren't even informed until they came to us looking for these permits. So that was really a problem. On the commercial side, it was a little bit cleaner, but I think it all went really downhill when the recreational sector was given quota, because the recreational fishery is not quota managed. So it really became, again, a jail-free card if you had the letter, and it became very difficult to monitor. So I'd be really careful about this in the future, especially from states that are not well represented or not represented at the Mid-Atlantic Council when a lot of these decisions were being made. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Do we have Adam on the line yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Mr. Chair. Adam, I can read you the pin out loud. 51496.
All right. Why Adam's trying to join? Jason McNamee has his hand up, and then Emerson Hasbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the things that Dan McKiernan just said. All that being said, I also agree with what a comment that Bob Beal made, and that is that, I think it was a good program. It had value. I think it generated, good dollars to get some good research done. So I think we should re-investigate it. So I'm just sort of offering, I'd be interested in updates and any opportunity that we have, those of us not on the Mid-Atlantic, to offer comments. I'd welcome that, because I think we have some experience to offer to the process. So just wanted to offer that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jason. I'm going to go back to Adam. He's on the line now, and then I'll have Emerson Hasbrook and Tom Fody.
Great. Thanks so much, Pat. I'm good now.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Thanks so much. So thanks for those couple of comments here that we've heard so far. I appreciate it. Appreciate those commission members that have been part of the process in the past as well as moving forward. Just a couple updates. I think Bob did a very good job of summarizing things. Originally, the Research Steering Committee of the Mid-Atlantic Council intended to convene workshops last year. Like a lot of things, those were delayed due to COVID. Our plan this year was initially to go ahead and do all of those things in person later in the year, but in an effort to jumpstart the discussions to ultimately make a decision. And again, I need to stress, the decision first needs to be made about restarting the program. But in order to make that decision, we think we need to go ahead and better define what a redefined program would look like to address the problems that had previously been brought forward and mentioned. So in order to jumpstart that, the Research Steering Committee recently decided to convene, as Bob mentioned, what will likely be 3 webinars, although it is possible that 1 or 2, the second or third one, could potentially be in person, depending on how things go, followed by an in-person workshop at the end of the year, late fall. What those 3 webinars, or again, possibly an in-person meeting, will center around is 3 areas: enforcement and funding, and the program itself. There is the Science and Statistical Committee of the Mid-Atlantic Council has a working group primarily composed of economic specialists who are looking at the economic considerations, and they're going to have subject matter experts on on all 3 of the areas I mentioned. They'll be providing input, and we thought that in conjunction with that work from the SSC, as well as the desire to jumpstart these discussions, this was a good way forward. The next meeting of the Research Steering Committee of the Mid-Atlantic Council is presently scheduled for June 2nd at 9 a.m. I would encourage any commissioners that want to be part of the discussions to join us. At that meeting, the committee, and again, while we've got a lot of input from the council's SSC and the working group, this is a research steering committee process for going ahead and facilitating these discussions. We've identified a significant number of attendees from lots of different areas, including enforcement, including the commission, leadership, GARFO, etc., that will be convening with these workshops, as well as members of the public, again, to decide if we move forward, what would a revision program would look like. So again, I'll extend that invitation. June 2nd, the steering committee will meet. We'll go ahead and formalize what the agenda would look like for each of those 3 workshops. We do intend for the 3 workshops to look very similar to each other, the 3 webinars, just with a different topic for each of them, with the intention based on what we learn, what we develop, what decisions we make during each of those webinars, to synthesize all of that before the end of the year and provide a recommendation back to the council. Again, because these are jointly managed species with summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, bluefish in particular, where there's been RSA allocated as a percentage of the annual specifications and quota, I do view that as a joint process. June 2nd, next committee meeting, 3 webinars during the course of the summer and early fall, 1 in-person workshop to synthesize things, and then hopefully we'll have a recommendation. Thanks.
Adam, thanks for that additional information. That's appreciated. I have Emerson Hasbrook and then Tom Fody. If you have additional new information, gentlemen, please, would be great. Just cognizant of the time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Can hear you fine, Emerson.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I just wanted to thank Adam and the members of the Research Steering Committee on their efforts to reconsider the RSA program. And for people who are not all that familiar with it, when it was operational, it provided annually over $1 million worth of funds to conduct critical fisheries and fisheries-related research. And I was a PI on several successful RSA projects over the years. And it's a really important source, or was a really important source of funding. And I think what Adam and the committee is trying to do is to come up with a strategy to overcome some of the problems that existed in the past. And, you know, there are ways to conduct an RSA program, that help to alleviate those issues. You know, the RSA projects that I conducted did not have any enforcement issues related to them. And I also want to caution people that the auction is not the RSA program, and the RSA program is not the auction. The auction was a process that developed during the RSA process. So I think it's important to realize that the auction is not the RSA program, and an RSA program can in fact exist without an auction, or an auction that's vastly different from what it was before. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. Tom Foti?
Like Emerson, we basically, in New Jersey and New York, we had a group formed together with commercial and recreational fishing groups that were put in for research and put our own money into basically, and use the research set aside money to help basically fund some of those programs. But it caused a lot of problems, and New Jersey started getting a lot of heat from our charter boat fleets and party boat fleets, because they wanted to get in what New York was doing, and we didn't have the law enforcement and put too much of a burden, so we didn't do it. And the division caught a lot of heat back in those years because they didn't implement those programs, but they didn't have the money to do it. So it's if it adds problems on law enforcement and the state's management of it, it needs to be corrected and handled in some way, fixed.
Great. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. I do note there are a couple of members of the public who have raised their hand on this. I apologize. It is a late hour. I'm not going to take public comment on this particular issue, but I would invite you to send written comments in through staff, and they can pass them on to the appropriate folks. I'm going to move right along to item number 10 on the agenda, which is the CMAP report, and that's from Sarah Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be as brief as possible here. I think Maya should have a presentation for me, but I'll go ahead and get started anyway. As an FYI, the CMAP used to be a report to the South Atlantic Board, but obviously with reconfiguration there, we had to change things up a bit, so it'll be now reporting directly to the policy board as NEMAP does. Next slide, please. So just as a brief background for anyone who is not familiar, CMAP is a cooperative program that facilitates collection, management, and dissemination of fishery independent data in the Southeast. It has three components: the South Atlantic, which is coordinated by the Commission, the Gulf, and the Caribbean. CMAP South Atlantic partners include state agencies from North Carolina to Florida, the Southeast Science Center, Fish and Wildlife Service, the South Atlantic Council, and the Commission, and it also collaborates with NEMAP. Next slide. CMAP South Atlantic surveys consist of 2 trawl surveys. The Coastal Trawl Survey operates from Cape Hatteras to Cape Canaveral. The Pamlico Sound Survey in North Carolina, 3 coastal longline surveys in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, which target red drum and also coastal sharks, reef fish surveys, which the primary gear is chevron traps, but also incorporates short bottom longline and rod and reel. Those are conducted in collaboration with MARMAP and CFIS. Next slide. CMAP data is used for a number of stock assessments, including a number of commissioned species: menhaden, bluefish, croaker, spot, horseshoe crab, coastal sharks. The data are also used for management documents such as compliance reports, research both within agencies and in academia, and ecosystem modeling efforts such as the development of the South Atlantic ecosystem model. Next slide. South Atlantic creates a number of GIS products, including maps of survey data that are housed in the CMAP SA Fisheries web app, story maps that explain the program and surveys, and spatial analysis tools such as hotspot analysis. You can see an example for Atlantic croaker here. Next slide. Historically, CMAP South Atlantic database has been hosted by South Carolina DNR. However, in recent years, CMAP has been collaborating with Socorro and Axiom Data Science to migrate data to the Socorro portal. This has a lot of advantages to it. One, just having the tech support that they are able to provide there. It also has many more end user tools for exploring and summarizing data. You can see an example of a map to the right. And there's also the ability to link CMAP South Atlantic data to oceanographic and meteorological data that are housed within Socorro. While this is being migrated to the portal, SCDNR staff and the data management work group will continue to be managing CMAP South Atlantic data behind the scenes. Next slide. So the CMAP components jointly create 5-year plans in collaboration. Typically in the past, this has been one plan, but this time we decided to split this into 2 separate plans. The first is the 2021 to 2025 CMAP management plan, which includes current goals, management policies and procedures, CMAP history, and accomplishments. The second is the CMAP strategic plan, which includes a prioritized list of future project activities to maintain and expand upon current activities. Next slide. So I'll just briefly review some highlights from South Atlantic's part of the strategic plan. However, please note that the strategic plan document provides a lot more detail, including estimated costs for some of the items discussed here. The strategic plan activities are divided into 3 categories, which are listed in order of priority. The first category and top priority for funding is operating the existing CMAP South Atlantic programs and all of the other programs at full utilization. In recent years, CMAP activities have been impacted by stagnating and declining funding to the core surveys. And as a result, additional funding is needed to maintain the baseline and bring programs up to full utilization. Funding is needed across the surveys for sea days, personnel, and other costs. And I should note that stagnant or reduced funding in the future will likely result in reduced sampling efforts or sampling processing, etc. Next slide, please. The second set of activities are those that expand current projects to collect additional data on existing platforms or survey programs. These activities include expanding or resuming life history and data collection on the CMAP South Atlantic surveys, collecting oceanographic and bottom mapping data in conjunction with these surveys, adding additional cruise legs, in particular for the Pamlico Sound survey, and expanding data management to accommodate any new data. Next slide. The final part of the strategic plan are activities that would develop new fishery independent data collection programs. South Atlantic's proposed surveys are listed in order of priority here. Briefly, these include a new pelagic survey that could study species such as mackerels, dolphin, and wahoo. Developing a survey for cobia, which currently does not have a coastwide index of abundance for the Atlantic migratory group of cobia. A handful of different surveys or supporting existing surveys collecting ichthyoplankton data. Developing a combined live bottom mapping and finfish trapping program. An effort to support or expand existing tagging studies and acoustic arrays in the South Atlantic and enhance the use of this data for stock structure and other management. Provide support for existing Southeast regional estuary and trawl surveys and developing a regional crustacean assessment, for example, for blue crab or shrimp. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that overview, Sarah. Is there any questions for Sarah? The executive director just reminded me we'll be seeing all of those species in Maine before long. I'm not seeing any hands up. Sarah, thank you for that report. I would like to report out to the board that all of our business is done, but I'm afraid we've got one more quick item of business. The Shad and River Herring Board did ask for the policy board to approve a letter. So with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Davis to come on and ask staff to put the motion up on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I move that the commission write a letter to NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service supporting their activities in dam passage review to provide increased opportunities for population recovery for American shad. Dam barrier removal should be the preferred approach to restore fish species habitat access for population restoration and for habitat restoration benefits when dam removal is not an option. The development and use of fish passage performance standards in river systems based on available data, fish passage modeling tools, and fish passage expertise is recommended. If the required information to develop performance standards are not available, support their development for such purposes and applications.
Great. Thank you, Justin. This is a motion from the Shad and River Herring Board, so it does not need a second. Is there any members of the policy board that has any questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, is there any objections to the motion? Any abstentions? We have one abstention. Karen Abrams so we just have one. So let the record show that the motion passes by consensus with one abstention from NOAA Fisheries. So with that, thank you, Justin, for that quick bit of work on that letter. That concludes our business. I will give one last opportunity for policy board members if there is any additional information or items that need to be discussed here today. Sheree Patterson. Sheree, you're on mute.
Hold on, she's muted by us. Let us unget her. All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Sheree.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry I was unable to, at the moment, to talk further about Tony's presentation on the board's considerations for PRT or PDT recommendations. And I would just like to support these considerations. I think our PRT and PDTs spend a lot of time creating these recommendations and are very thoughtful about them. And a lot of times it just seems to me that when we are approving FMPs, for example, that we just kind of gloss over these sort of recommendations. And I think we just need to be a little bit more thoughtful about that in our future FMP approval process, and at least consider their recommendations and move those recommendations forward if the various boards agree with them. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheree, for those comments. I think it's clear that there are some things that we need to do as far as final considerations. I think staff has captured those, and I believe, hopefully, Sheree, you believe that that there is some clarity now on what we can comment on. So, any additional comments on that topic? Seeing none. I would like to thank all the members of the commission for their attention on some pretty weighted conversations this spring meeting. A lot of meetings ran long, some issues that we actually needed to take a lot of time on. So I certainly appreciate all of your time and attention to all of those matters. And with that, unless staff has any final announcements, a motion to adjourn would be in order. Tom or Bob or Tony?
Nothing for me, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing none. Justin, I saw your hand go up. Are you motion to adjourn?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to adjourn. Cherie's hand up. I'll take that as a second.
Yes, thank you.
I'm assuming there is no opposition. So with that, we stand adjourned. Thank you very much for a very productive meeting week.